Hello, hello. Happy Friday, and you're all very welcome along. We've made it to the weekend yet again, and what a week it was. Patch 2 was released, and it fixed some things, it made other things kind of cool and better, and kind of broke some things. But we'll see how we go, shall we? It seems to be working a little bit kind of nicer this evening. There has been a new driver released for the RTX cards. I imagine it's somewhere along the line of the 3000 series. Anyone know where you can get one? They're gone, like all of them. Ah well. We are on the ground here in a place called Vancouver, as we're going to explore some of the Canadian scenery of British Columbia. I'm new to these parts. I haven't done much flying up here before. I remember kind of Bella Coola and Stuart from X-Plane 11. So I'm hoping to find out a bit of cool scenery. And I picked kind of a strange plan. Not like me to have a plan, but there's a plan. So our route, or however we wish to call it. We're going to take off here from Vancouver. I'm going to go Johnny Solo up to a place called Pemberton, which is Charlie Yankee Papa Sierra. From there, we're going to open it up to multiplayer for all the wonderful people joining us here on Twitch and YouTube. And don't forget, guys, we still need to stick to the stock aircraft and liveries, otherwise, well, it breaks. But apart from that, it's all good. We're then going to head up to an airport, which is Charlie Yankee Lima, India. Lilute or Lue? Pronunciations are not my strong part. Perhaps the Colonel will educate me. From there, we're going to head up to Charlie Alpha Zulu 5, or Cache Creek. Then before making our final arrival into a place called... Wait now. It looks like K-Loops, or Kuloops, but it's Charlie Yankee Kilo Alpha. I'll type it into the chat so you guys can kind of see what's going on. So yeah, that's our plan. Low and slow is the recipe for today, even though there's some massive mountains here in the background. So I'm going to be flying in the Savage Cub, because there's very few avionics in that thing that's going to go wrong. So we're going to hand fly it as much as we can. So we'll see how we go here. We have peoples arriving into the chat, so I better go say hello to some peoples in the chat. Ben McClure is here. Happy Friday, my dude. Ludas is here as well. He says, hello, Murphy. I finally made it back again. Hello, Ludas. You're very welcome, my dude. Mal Walsh is here, as is Mark O'Gorman and Kendra. Good evening to you all. Philip Breen, Jake Body, and Billy. Happy Friday to you peoples. What's happening? Coley 205 along with Simon Murray. Jam Fjord is here as well. How's it going, my dude? The Berko Flyer. Welcome aboard. He says, good evening, Murph. How goes it? It goes well. We'll talk about it in a bit. Kieran Nile is here. Hello, Kieran Nile. He says, hello and good evening to you, Two-Tone. And the same to you, Kieran Nile. Hello and good evening. Who else do we have in here? We've more people. We have Madge C 888 from Flight Sim. He says, good evening all from East Coast Canada. Good evening to you, my dude. You're very welcome. Mark O'Gorman says, don't forget to hit the like button and let's help Murph get to the top. Ah, well, go bless his white cotton socks. Many thanks, Mark. Colonel Fork 85 is here. He says, we made it. Papa Joe B. Hey, Murph. Welcome to the start of the weekend. I think I finally have everything recovered from the update patch, except the sensitivity settings that are still unavailable. Sigh. Let's fly, he says. I agree. Carl Denver is here as well. Good evening to you. Ben is asking, what's the count for the Eurovision? We're getting there, lads. Calm it down. We'll all get there together. Jordan Hawkins says, after British Columbia, can you go to Newfoundland? Newfoundland is definitely on the little places to visit list, which is a couple of A4 pages filled at the moment. So we'll see how we go. Tam is here as well. He says, hi Murphy. Hello Tam. Happy Friday to you, my dude. Roger Shoemaker. What does the stream start? It's just started. Are you trying to say where the stream starts? We're starting from Vancouver, which is Charlie Yankee Victor Romeo. Roger. What's our Victor? Vector? Kendra reports there are 97 days until Christmas. Nice. Gabriel Dinnan says, Tutor Murphy, I might just join you all tonight. Please bear in mind that I have a total of 4 hours on this sim. That's okay, Gabriel. We'll go easy. Mike G is here as well. He says hello, as is Chippy A. Happy Friday, he says. Crash Organism is here. Just about to head to the pub. Love Canada. I'll be coming back to check out the VOD. Have a good flight. And live Canada. Or love Canada, I suppose. A kiss from me, says Crash. And you're going for a pint. Not jealous at all. Enjoy your pints, Crash. And many thanks for stopping by. Catalyst Productions, Cozy Sasha. There's a name. Hey. You're in my hometown of British Columbia. Check out the Kootenays, Castlegar, Nelson, Calso. Lots of gorgeous areas and mountains to explore. Nice. S. Voigt is here as well. Good evening to you, Scott. He says, good afternoon all. Here for just a short time. That's okay. The Mandaric is here as well. Low and slow, cool. What's the codes? Let's see how we go. Colonel Fork, many thanks for that, my dude. Andy Beeston UK is here as well, as is Mike G. Abraham Lincoln. Hello, Abraham Lincoln. Good evening to you and happy Friday. Mac Orchard is here. Am I live on Twitch? I hope so. I should be. I believe I am, yes. So we'll have to see. I've had loads of things to tweak and to do different settings and to try and fix things after the performance the other night. But I think I have it all in hand, as we should say. Mole Johnson's here. Geogwitch. Geogwitch. Geo's very good. Hope you're keeping well, my dude. Jer is here as well. The 3080s sold out before I can get one. Whimper. We'll keep trying to see if we can get the new shipments in, says Scott. The new 3080s. Captain Frank is here as well. How's it going? He says, hi, Captain. How's things, you legend? Or leg end. It depends how we want to say it. But hello, Captain Frank. You're very welcome along. Many thanks for joining us. Bad Dog is here as well. Hi, Murph. Happy Friday. He's a great dog. He's not a bad dog. Joseph Gambino is here as well. He says, hi, Murph. Happy Friday. So, yes. We're here. We've made it to Friday. Isn't it great? So, buttons. I have to press buttons. Is it this one? Yes, it is. It's a nice plane, this. The Savage Cub. So, yeah. The tail number for tonight is in recognition and a tip of the hat to Philip Breen, who is one of the many supporters we now have on the channel. So I just wanted to say many thanks, Philip, and to everyone else. So there are some peoples I need to say hello and thanks to. Most of you are already here, but sure, we get to say your names again, which is great. So over on YouTube, we have a number of subscribers. There's like different tiers if you want to like support the channel. You don't have to. It's not needed whatsoever. But if you feel kind of inclined to support the channel, well, I won't say no. But otherwise, it's all grand. So I want to say hello to Gil Klein, Ethan Short, Andy Shaw, Neville Johnson, Sticky Rice 82, Shivam, and Ludas, who's here in the chat as well. Also want to say a big shout out to Scott Voigt, the Fidget Crusader, Jim Oates, Brian Spain, Philip Breen, Patrick Cullen, and Samuel Dye. And another tip of the hat to the Colonel Fork for all his help, support, and, well, trying to keep me on the straight and narrow, I suppose. And the other 31 peoples subscribed over on Twitchland. Many thanks to you all. Sláinte and cheers, and to good health. So, it's not the usual kind of liquid I would drink. It's more of a thicker kind of a liquid. It looks like milk, but it doesn't smell or taste like milk. Have a guess. You'll never get it. Well, you probably will get it. It's a stereotypical Irish now as you're going to get. It's a liqueur, I suppose. You wouldn't want to be drinking much of them. Not from the, you know, the drink, but... Philip Breen hit the nail on the head. It is indeed Bailey's, or Irish Creamy Mist. But it's all good. Merlin Flyer is here as well. He says, evening Murph and all. Hello, Merlin Flyer. Ivan is here as well. Good evening to you. Mike G says, the Irish accent is cool. In small doses, I might add. So yeah, so I think I got rid of all them problems that we had with all the stutterings. Now, don't get dizzy. But it's kind of smooth looking now, isn't it? It looks better. So I had to use science. So the only thing that's going to go against me is everything else. There's positivity. But the smoothness is back. Like having a close shave. But it should be all fantastic now. There was noise and now there's not. So we're going to jump into... Actually... we're going to open up our little map here. Come hither, you slither. Oh, we don't want you. Ramble over here now, please. And let's make this look a little bit more presentable now, because we can do things like that. So we're on the ground here in Vancouver. We're going to head pretty much up this neck of the woods. Now, there is a bit of a kind of a river and ravine and lakes and whatever we need to follow before we get to our first destination, which is Charlie Yankee Papa Sierra, also known as Pemberton. And once I manage to get up there pretty much hopefully unscathed, we'll open it up to multiplayer and we'll do our thing. Either the Flying Circus or whatever name we want to give it tonight. I do recommend to everyone though, flying something low and slow like this airplane. How many yellow budgies can we get in the sky at the same time? GMAC is here, as is Bartman7490. Good evening to you both. Happy Friday, my mens. So yeah, the update. We all saw the negative parts, but I think and I hope we've all seen the positives as well. There's people like losing their mind because, oh, you broke it, no, what are you doing? And for the most part, we do all, or we should all have faster loading times, a little bit of an increase to our FPS, and a little bit more stability. Anyone who doesn't have them, well, that's a bummer. And make sure you get onto tech support over at Sobo, or just go onto the, I think it's flightsimulator.com, and check out their forums, do a bit of reading up in there. If you're still frustrated, do be sure to jump over to our Discord. Shameless plug here. Discord has just gone into the chat there. You guys are stuck on anything. I've added so many different characters. I was going to say I got kind of bored the other day and I was like, do you know what'll make this better? So I added a whole load of categories so you can kind of see roughly where everything belongs. So we'll see how that all works. Jathan is here as well. He says good evening and chalks away. So yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to jump into our little machine here. Hello, machine. See, Phil. It's cool. So I do believe there's a battery switch over here, so we'll just get ourselves kind of set up. Let me know if there's any sort of a stutter or, you know, any sort of like performance issues that we were having the last day. Because I have spent quite a bit of time and I'm done spending time tweaking things. I just want it to work. Igniters coming on. Some lights on here as well. Now, I think one click will be the battery and two will be the starter. So we'll just say clear prop in case, well, it runs away with itself. Oh, there's the battery. Gave a bit of a jolt, but we're good. It will be the North server, asks Drew. We can have a look at our fuel tank here. Here's one. And if we jump over to the far side, here's the other. So our fuel is good. SK Sun says smooth as silk, and Andy Beeson says smooth so far. Didn't know how to take that, Andy. I was going to continue with the camera off. It's okay. Ed Reed is here as well. Good evening to you, Ed. Philip Breen says, Murphy should have spelled it Phil. I love spelling my name like that to see if people notice in work. Phil? As in Phil? Yes, Chippy A says, happy Friday to Ed as well. You're very welcome, Ed Reed. I hope you're keeping well, my dude. Okay, so we need to put our toe brakes on because there's no parking brake on this machine. So we have our mixture in. We're going to open our throttle here a smidgen. Clear prop. It's alive. Good start in the engine. Let me see now. Buttons here. We should be good to go. Ethan Short says, good evening, Murph. How's you tonight? Andy Beeson says, lol, fat fingers. I know what you mean. It's like that scene out of The Simpsons. Your fingers are too fat. Please mush the keys. Anyway. With that said, they've added very subtle shakes to small aircraft, if you want to know what they are. If you look, you might see it from this angle. See the way the plane is kind of doing a bit of a maneuver? As in it's shaking? They're very subtle, but they're very welcome. I do like when developers kind of go for the finer details. Avionics can come on here as well. Not that we'll need a whole lot, but we'll turn them on. We'll go to altitude mode 1200 is our squawk as we taxi up to the runway here. So we will be consulting our VFR map for pretty much all of this flight because we have no little autopilot. So we're going to be making a right turn departing. We're going to go kind of up over the bay and around again. And he says, lol, I love that episode. Ben McClure 1, I'm here now too, over on Twitch. Multitasking, both hands, both feet, both eyes, both ears, and both hands? Both hands. They're all working. So yeah, what a week. The Nvidia, they kind of stole the show, didn't they? God. And like, the first review I did watch was Jay's 2 cents. And when I saw the benchmarks, I was just like, holy crap. Like, the level of performance, like, kind of makes the RTX 2080 Ti look like me at a gym session. It's like, I can do it, just... and the 3080 is like smaller, leaner, 1 gig less in the virtual RAM space, but that shouldn't be an issue. So let's see how we go. Mike G says, British Columbia is extremely beautiful. This should be a nice flight. Challenge accepted. Philip Breen says, looking forward to tonight's flight, although I couldn't fix my joystick issue, so the landing will be a challenge. Now, Philip, you don't blame your... Ah, no, you do. It's grand. It'll be fine. Now, this plane will kind of get airborne just by sneezing, but we'll go for 1 notch of flaps. We'll start bringing our power. Andrew Noble is here. He says, good evening, Mr. Murphy. Good evening, Mr. Noble. Happy Friday, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. It's just like, you can literally sneeze this plane into the air. So we're flying. Tom says, remember to like for Murphy's. Guys, many thanks, Tom. We're very close to 3,000 subscribers on YouTube and very close to 1,000 on Twitch. That's like, what? When did this happen? Who's in charge? It's crazy. And thank you all so very much. I really do appreciate it. But, yeah. You sound like an older Jacksepticeye, says Abraham Lincoln. I don't know how to take that. He's more high-pitched, isn't he? Top of the morning to you, laddie. Yeah, no, no. He was only from up the road from here. When I say up the road, well, he was a bit up the road, but like, he was only up the road. But yeah, Jacksepticeye, great fun. He's full of energy and enthusiasm. I love that. Mando Rick says, do we have live weather? No, not for the moment. We might do for the group flight though, just to make it kind of real interesting. Exciting time for PC gamers for sure, says Andy Beeson. Yeah, like, so chat, was anyone lucky enough to get their hands on one of the new RTX 3080s? Because, you know, if you did, how you doing? You can't get them. Drew says the Zlin shock in the deluxe version is even more sneezable. I like that. Abraham Lincoln says, me. Well, dude, what's it like? No, he didn't get it. Ah. Chippy says, no, I'm going to wait and get a whole build, I think. Yeah, like, there's consider the price of them. Like, I mean, when I bought my rig, and when, like, you know, you select what you want to get into it and you tell them I want this with this, and they were like, that won't work, and they're like, shh, look, it'll work. The RTX 2080 was by far the most expensive component of this PC. And, you know, Murphy's Law, had I have waited 4 months, possibly would have had, or possibly I would have saved maybe 400 or 500 euro on the entire build, which I probably would have spent then on other flight peripherals and stuff, basically, and maybe make a start of that kitchen. But that's not important right now. I'm glad Honest Abe fessed up.
Hey, good morning.
As Ben McClure 1 is now following over on Twitch. Many thanks, my dude. So quick look at our little map here. So we're going to make a right turn, and we have Vancouver out here. So we're going to go for a bit of music, I think, because that's what we do around here. Well, it kind of looks nice out there, doesn't it? David Dearden is here, and he simply says, profiteroles. That's okay, David. If you like them, you tell the world you like profiteroles. Tadla says, lots of nice mountains upcoming. Oh, yeah. I'm just happy that, like, everything's gone back to the butter. Don't jinx yourself, Murph. Okay, so I have two ways I can intercept this. We can go left hammer and come on up this kind of ravine. Excuse me, or we can go on up this way. So I'm inclined to go kind of left hammer and go up this way, because they get very big when we get up there. So we'll have a quick look over Vancouver, which it does look nice here. John Fjord says, is anyone even considering the AMD RDNA 2 alternative? Again, I'm going to wait until I see the specs. Jer says, is there always a shake in the plane even with the wind turned off? If the engines are off, no. If it's windy outside and the engines are off, you might get a shake. If the engines are on, yeah, you will get a constant vibrating kind of a shake. Mega Monster 789 is asking for specs. There we are. Technology here, guys. Kieran Nile asks, so what do you think of the new update? So parts of it are very, very good and very, very welcome. Other parts of it, not so much. They have, unfortunately, patched an update. Mind your speed here, Murph. They've patched an update with one or two little bugs, which are never good. But fear not. Remember, this sim is very much in its infancy. There's a lot more patches and stuff on the way. They are aware of a number of issues. They've said there's going to be hot fixes out before the next major release. That's always a good thing. Patrick Doyle is here. He says, evening Murph. Good evening to you, Patrick Doyle. Happy Friday, my dude. Abraham says, go to Oregon. I'll be going down that neck of the woods. Maybe if I get time tomorrow for a stream. But I do want to check out the new Orbex Darrington. I was a huge fan of the Pacific Northwest with, you know, Oregon and Washington or Seattle and all that from Orbex over in X-Plane. As in, like, I spent hours up there. Amazing, amazing scenery. In other news, Coronado have just tonight released their Mooney. It's available on the or in the marketplace. The reason I'm not using it tonight is I'm suffering a FPS hit in the when you're in the cockpit. Hey, Jacob says, what happened to the city view, Murph? Nothing. I was just circling around. Didn't forget about it at all. In actual fact, we said we'd go this way to really take in the sights. That's probably why I wouldn't have been a good tour guide. You know, and coming up on our left-hand side is the greatest thing you've seen ever. Excuse me, when is that thing coming up on our left-hand side? We didn't go there. I wouldn't have liked it anyway. Abraham Lincoln says, have you ever went to the White House? No, I was never at the White House. But I imagine, Abe, if you were to invite me someday, the two of us just kind of rock up and say, we're kind of a big deal here. I know a guy who lives in the White House. Super smart. Really, really smart. Sometimes I don't even sleep. Stanley Park at your 12 o'clock now. Cool. But yeah, the new Coronado Mooney. And it was the other crowd in X-Plane, Alabeo. Now, that was my absolute go-to airplane in X-Plane 11. And the reason being is I knew it quite well. You know, I always got great performance out of it. I was very comfortable flying it. It has a retractable gear. It has great range. You know, it has a prop, a throttle. It was amazing. And it looks amazing here in Microsoft Flight Sim. The sound is still, the Coronado planes are too loud. They don't have the kind of microphone option or headphone option like they had. I'm really hoping they implement that soon, so we can actually adjust the interior and exterior sounds on the fly. That's what I'm hoping for. And to think I was going to like just forget about this and keep flying. Jakin, you are a genius. Try and help out with our views here as we kind of fly towards this ship, and we'll do a loop at the city and then ramble back. To any of our viewers, if you guys are kind of native of this neck of the woods, do be sure to shout at the screen, oh look, there's the thing, and here's the thing beside the other thing. Tom says, I have a 1660 Super with 16 gigs of RAM, an i5 7400. The game works fine in GA aircraft at high settings, but next Wednesday we'll be upgrading to an i7 10700 as your CPU is letting your GPU down. Cool. Dan Fjord says, in all honesty, I find the way the engine note changes in the Coronado 182 a bit jarring. It sounds very synthetic, very FSX. Very kind of diesel generator in case the electricity goes sound. Like, they're not awful, but like, you know. Would you look at the state of this place? Now, don't worry, if you see kind of any weird looking pyramid things, it's only because I have some settings turned down whilst I'm rendering. So don't worry. And I was going to kind of pre-render or pre-cache an area this evening, and I didn't do it. Samantha has just subscribed. Many thanks. Happy Friday, and thank you for your support. Cheers. Colin Doyle is here. Good evening, Murph. Good evening, Colin Doyle. Happy Friday, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. You're very welcome along. Mike G says, this is very realistic looking. It is a big city. Samantha says, happy Friday, and to you. Mando Rick is here. Server region tonight is going to be up on the North Europe server for multiplayer. Patrick Doyle says, I see the thing. The thing. It's beside the thing. Look at the thing. They even have some cars on the ground. The Catalyst says there are a lot of smaller cities around Vancouver. Surrey, Burnaby, etc. Cool. Drew says the cranes look a bit sorry. They do. They look a bit deflated, to be honest. But that's okay. John E is here. He says, thank God it's Friday and two-tone night. There is my cruise ship heading for Alaska, says Scott. Scott, you have her looking well. Canada A, C-A, N-A-D. Does everyone actually say A up there? What are you talking about? A. It's a beautiful, beautiful looking city. It's just the, you know, the transition from all the skyscrapers, this amazing looking stadium, the fact that you have all this water, amazing bridges, you have forest lands, and like jaw-dropping mountains. This place looks really nice. G4K is here. Good evening to you. Drew says, the metal orb you're flying over is the Science Center. Nice. Mike G says, a very expensive place to live, apparently. Well, I have to say, I've been enjoying this tour of the city. Ben McClure says, do you have fuel burn on? Yes. Yes, I do. Photogrammetry, they've done a really good job here. I have to say, it looks absolutely beautiful. Don't mind if it stutters, that's probably the Sim FPS, but don't worry. It's loading in a whole load of stuff. G4K says, could you fly west to Abbotsford? Soon, very soon. Samuel Weeks is here, he says hello. Hello, Samuel Weeks. Bad Dog says, hey Murph, does the cache actually work? I created a 300 gig SSD cache. The last time I looked, it had grown to 400. I didn't notice any difference. So, basically with your cache, you have two types of cache. You have rolling cache, and then you have like a manual cache. With your rolling cache, that's just you telling the sim, listen, you can dump a whole load of scenery into this for me. The manual cache kind of works similarly to, I'm going to say Ortho for XP. You can select an area and what tiles and at what resolution to download them and cache them. And they'll be stored onto your hard drive in a specific location. So for example, if there's an area you're going to be constantly flying in and out of, you can cache that entire area. And it just means then when you do boot up the sim, well, your bandwidth won't be going bananas because it's trying to download scenery. It's just going to read it from the hard drive. Samuel Weeks says, I subscribe to you. Many thanks, Samuel Weeks. Really appreciate it. Cheers. Abraham says, go to Hiroshima. Also on the list. Drew says, I went to see Rushmore. No, he didn't. I went to see Rush here once. Cool. Patrick Doyle says, went whale watching near Vancouver about 4 years ago. Fantastic experience. Get ourselves back in here now. So we have a look. So we're going to follow up this kind of ravine here. We'll go this way a little bit. I wonder would that be animated in Microsoft Flight Sim? Be awesome if you flew low and saw one. As in Wales. That would be cool. Not sure if they're in it yet, but yeah. Scott says, since I couldn't get the 3080 this go around, I might get another 2 terabytes of M2 to allow for caching. Yeah, good thinking. So basically you have your standard hard drive, then you have an SSD, then you have an M2 or NVE drive. They are super fast. They look like a stick of RAM, but they are so fast. Ket is here as well. Good evening to you. Scott says, so looking forward to be able to see this on my machine and see it live and not compromised by YouTube. Yeah, like there is a little bit of degradation between what I can see on my screen versus the kind of preview that I see on YouTube. Not much, but a little bit. And again, like, you know, it's great that you guys are watching, don't get me wrong, but for those of you who fly in the sim, the level of immersion and how much scenery and the visuals mean to you when you're actually manipulating what the scene is doing, it really adds to it. Jeremy Dillon says, I'm Murph, I have lack of cash. Jacob says, I need cash so I can start flying. Yeah, it's a bummer. Sammy Week says, are you going to fly over Vancouver International Airport? I thought we just took off from there. How do you get your cockpit reflections in your window? It's more of a setting, so I have reflections turned on to ultra, so it kind of depends on the angle. Bad Dog says, thanks Murph, I didn't see the preloading options, I'll check it out. Yeah, so basically just go down to manual cache. You kind of have to do the same thing again. You have to predetermine an area for the manual cache, so just be careful that you select the correct hard drive in which you want to store it. You do the same kind of rigmarole again if it's going to be 50 gigabytes, which I think is going to be enough for any one area. Then you can go in and click view, and then it'll give you a new toolbar and it'll explain to you how to kind of create new areas. Squirrel did a very good video on it if you want to check it out. So if you check out Squirrel's YouTube channel, his most recent video where he talks about patch number 2, go onto that and he'll show you exactly what he did. John E says, I watch you when I can't fly myself. Oh, I appreciate that, my dude. Scott says, it's only 1080 on YouTube. I can do 1440 on my monitor. Nice. And then you have 4K as well, which is nuts. Drew says, Sims are a hell of a lot cheaper than flying real planes though. And, you know, you can't really fall out of this. Well, you can fall off your chair, I suppose, and that has happened to me before. You know, as safe as I am. But yeah, no, I 100% agree. For the price of this sim, even the Premium Deluxe, it wouldn't get you an hour in a real world aircraft. Kane Lafford says, only 241 days to the Eurovision. Nick Kerr is here. Hello, Nick. You flatter me. Now cut it out. Ben McClure says, buy flying lessons or get a new PC and flight sim. Nah, flying lessons. Well, look, you can't beat the real thing, and no simulator is going to replace that. But, you know, depending on the pandemic and lockdown and availability and weather, I'd be inclined to lean into the sim. Scott says, it's going to be a long while before I go 4K. When I do, the card will handle it. I'll be going widescreen, 100%. So, my plan is, fly up this way. We're going to gain a bit of altitude here as well, but we're going to just ramble up this creek. We'll stay beside the magenta line. Time-wise, we're about 30 minutes from getting up to our first stop. But it does look nice here. Abraham says you should spin a globe, and wherever your finger lands, you go in flight sim. I kind of do that as it is, and with your other hand, put them over your eyes so you don't know where it's going to land. They've done tests, you know. 60% of the time it works every time. Scott says, flying lessons are good, but the sim will help shorten your time No, he doesn't. He said flying lessons are good, but the sim will help shorten your need for more lessons due to being able to learn about the cockpit procedures before getting in the plane. I totally agree. Kieran says, is there a switch to switch between nav and GPS like in the FSX cockpit? There is. Depending on the aircraft though, Kieran. Ma says, hey Murph, new PC build may be put on hold as they can't get the new 3080 card. Oh. Yeah, like I don't know how long it's going to take to get them cards back in. So I saw somewhere like someone was trying to sell one on eBay for like €70,000 or $70,000. And I'd be fairly sure, you know, there's someone out there who'd probably spend that. David Dearden says 42-inch Samsung Super Ultra Wide, 3840 by 1200. Nice. Mike G says that's a very large screen. Yes, yes it is. Joe Blow Photo is here. He says evening to Tom Murphy. Good evening to you, Joe. Happy Friday. You're very welcome along. David says unfortunately there is visible distortion at the edges because it's spherical projection rather than planar. Planar? Ah. Abraham says they should add military planes in this game. They're working on it, and they're due to release sooner rather than later. Jakin says works first time 60% of the time. There is some nice scenery up here. This is real nice looking. Philip Breen says, Murph, are you flying with the plane trimmed or just keeping it level? Oh, I've trimmed it. Scott says one of the tech streamers today was saying that most of the third-party developers were saying that they were shipping the card every few days or weekly. They hope to have quite a few more out in October. Well, fingers crossed. Like, in comparison to the RTX 2080 Ti, that's what I have. The RTX 3080 is better. Better cooling, it's faster. Okay, there's a gig less of built-in RAM, but the RAM is faster. That should make up for it. I really want to see the benchmark of the 3090. That'll be interesting. Keen Lefford says, I can't believe it's Friday already. I know, right? Philip Breen says, I can never get the trim right for cruising. Is there something I'm doing wrong? Either pitches up or down, but can't trim it to level off. Depends on your power settings as well, so make sure you're not at full power. Once you do get the aircraft somewhat level, or you start trimming it until it is level, it should do it. Like you'll always drift up or down, like depending on the weather and the wind hitting off the mountains and stuff. You'll never get it bang on. It'll always have some sort of movement. But this is behaving itself so far. Speed at the moment is 160 kilometers an hour. Kieran now says PMDG said it would take them up to 6 months. Maybe, maybe not. Abraham says, did you get the 18 gig update? It was around 16 gigs. Scott asks, what do you think about using a Stream Deck for helping with user buttons for Flight Sim? I highly recommend it, Scott. I use it myself. Now granted, most of my buttons, if you like, on the Stream Deck are for these songs you hear. I can turn on and off my webcam, microphone. I can change some of the scenes for the broadcast. What else do I have? Well, I have a plethora of different buttons. The Stream Deck is handy because you can create a one button folder. You know, so it's one button, you click on that, and next thing it'll open up an absolute multitude of different buttons for you, which is really handy. So for example, I could have, you know, autopilot on off, I could have yaw dampener, I can have lights, I can have, you know, magnetos. So the Stream Decks are extremely handy. They're not very realistic in terms of their appearance, as in what's in actual aircraft, kinda, sorta. But they're very, very handy just to have kind of a one-click button, especially if you run low on what you have on your yoke or joystick. Philip says, sweet, cheers, depends on speed, right? Yeah, it does. So your speed would have an impact on kind of your level of flying as well. So we'll consult a little map here. We're making progress. So we're going to follow this river ravine thingamajiggy, and then we're going to follow up this way. So it should make for an interesting flight. King Laffer says, are you getting any of the new consoles? Nothing on my list at the moment. Obelisk Wah is here. Where exactly are you flying now? Is the sea to sky highway? Is that the sea to sky highway off your right wing? Unsure, dude. Maybe it is. It looks nice. As I said, I'm not very familiar with this area, but it does look very nice. Scott says, have to run. Have a great flight, y'all. Scott, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll hopefully catch you soon. Regards to your wife, and I hope everything goes according to plan. We'll see you on the next one. Obla says, yep, the flight path puts you along the sea to sky up to Whistler Blackcomb Ski Resort. It's a breathtakingly beautiful area. Great flight. I've driven that road loads. Nice. I imagine that drive is absolutely amazing. Kane Lefford asks, is the joystick yoke essential for the sim, or does it just make it easier? It's not essential. It does definitely make it easier. If you are confined by a budget at the moment, I would recommend you get a joystick over a yoke. The reason being is when they do release helicopters, a yoke is going to be next to near impossible to fly them. The joystick, you literally have the best of both worlds. Plus any military aircraft, jets and all that kind of stuff to come out, you're going to want a joystick. C4K says, and me, lovely. Guys, I envy you. I say it's absolutely beautiful. I remember watching a documentary years ago. Billy Connolly kind of drove from the Atlantic to the Pacific through Canada. And it just looks stunning. Canada is definitely on my bucket list of places to visit. I absolutely adore some of the photos and videos, and it just looks like such a remarkable country. Mountain Biking Rules is here. See how I got the name right? Instead of like Mount Bikini Girls. He says, Murph, joining from my other account today as to align with my flight sim username. Nice, appreciate it, my dude. The Berko Flyer says, just flew this sector in real world weather, didn't see a thing. That's kind of why I went with a custom setup. Samuel Week says, is there any in-flight entertainment? So here's one for you. What can you put into a barrel that will make it lighter? What can you put into a barrel that will make it lighter? And go. And it's Andrew Bonica, by the way. Profile pic's the same. Ah, nice. Cool. Mando says, you said helicopters? That is my jam. Mando, I agree with you. I absolutely adore flying helicopters in Sims. X-Plane 11 does a very good job at simulating the machines. Kat says, am I the only one who uses an RC controller for flight sim? No, I'd say there's others too. Mountain Biking Rules says, beautiful, reminds me of that movie Alaska from the 90s. Yeah. Mike G says, yes, they are lucky on that side of the ocean. G4K says, old steam railway runs along the side in places. Awesome. Look at the state of this place. So, where are we? We're here. A left turn, Murphy. The Chasman is here. He says, I'm going for extra points tonight when we fly. I am landing dead stick. The answer is, of course, I think Drew was number one with the correct answer. What can you put into a barrel that'll make it lighter? The answer is indeed a hole. A huge mungus hole, says Kane Lafford. My Canadian co-worker drove from Quebec to Vancouver a few weeks ago, and his pictures were stunning. Whoa. How long would it take? Like, would you do it in a day? Would you do it in half a day? AZ Caveman is here. He says, is it normal for this plane to run in yellow for the oil pressure? I don't think so. I've already reported this to Asobo because, like, we're not over cranking things here. We're in the greens everywhere else except for our cylinder head temperature. Oh look, that should have been in. Oil pressure with the choke in might help it. But for most of the time, it kind of just sits just above the green. Took him 4 hours to drive across Canada. Sweet. Four days. I was going to say 4 hours, like by jet. 4 days to drive across Canada. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Could you imagine? So we consult our little VFR map. Almost halfway there. It's 9 PM here, local Irish time, and it's about 2 o'clock here in the sim. To all the viewers here on YouTube and Twitch, happy Friday. Many thanks for joining me here, my dudes. Hope you're all keeping well. Remember, if you're new here, shameless plug, be sure to like, subscribe, follow, comment, sing, shout, or talk. G4 asks, are we flying with the new patch running? Yes, we are. I dare say it, so far so good. Langlater 22, Boston area, private pilot here, years out of currency. That's okay, my dude, you're very welcome. What was it like flying around Boston? So we're going to be kind of venturing up this way, it seems. Luda says, which render scaling do you run, Murph? 0. I'm gaming in 1080p and it should be streaming in 1080p. Drew says, from Calgary to Thunder Bay, it's pretty flat. If you can't get a word in edgeways, you can't come and land. We actually did a flight up around Boston a couple of weeks ago. It's absolutely beautiful as well. Man, like you know, the sim does an incredible job, as in, like, you know, epic. Slap you in the face with a wet fish level of epic, of just how jaw-droppingly gorgeous the world looks. And I think, depending on, you know, where you guys are from, we tend to take our home county or home country a little bit for granted. We're like saying, yeah, you know, it's okay. But when someone else sees it, and particularly for the first time, what? I mean, look at it. I mean, it looks just like Leitrim. You know, if Leitrim was mountainous and nice. King Never says, Murphy should do a flyby of Dubai. Yep. I'll ramble over that neck of the woods soon. It's Baston. My sister lives over near Baston, says Mike G. Drew says, there are more unnamed lakes in North Ontario than there are named lakes in the world. Dude. Philip Breen says, thumbnail. Philip, that is a good idea. Thumbnail acquired. Kat says, I can't get over how pretty the clouds are. I know, right? We'll lose this game of chicken with the mountains. They just won't move. It's bumpy up here. How cold would that small little lake down there be? Ecor says Rex is coming with Rex 2020 Weather Force. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I was reading up on that program. It looks very interesting. They're going to be using real world METARs to inject that METAR into the sim, which is going to be really handy. Can we zoom in on the oil pressure, trying to see what we're getting? Says Jim Oates. Of course we can, Jim. But it always kind of reads 5.3. For whatever reason. Abraham says, you should be flying the Boeing 747. For what? If you like look out the window and say, oh look, it's green and blue. Low and slow, my friend, so we can see things and stuff. And like, you know, start counting trees. Off you go. What's 9 trees? A small forest. He's on fire at the moment. Colonel Fork says, reminds me of the story of the British aircraft carrier versus an Irish lighthouse. Mike Rules has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. Yeah, that was fantastic. It was like, what way did it go again? It was like, trying to remember. It was a brilliant ad. It was hilarious. It was like unidentified craft, turn left bearing 040, and they were like to the British naval vessel, you turn left 040. And then it got really heated and they were like, we can't, mate, this is a lighthouse. Jer says, I'm flying in from Merritt with live weather. Got some interesting clouds near Pemberton. Sweet. My 3rd sub to this channel. The Chatsman says, thanks to Mando Rick, I have Plan G for Microsoft Flight 2020. Nice one, dude. Plan G is a really, really handy little program, and it's free. Great for flight planning, giving you some frequencies and stuff. Gulf Island Aviator is here. Hello from British Columbia. Hello, Gulf Island Aviator. Happy Friday to you, my dude. Your region is absolutely amazing. British Columbia looks absolutely fantastic here in Flight Sim. I thought I'd better rush, like, you know, can you add to that statement, Murphy? Your region is amazing. Hang on, there has to be a better way I can phrase that. The region of British Columbia for which you say you are from looks amazing. Yes, that would have been the politically correct thing to say. Now I'll pull my hands out with my face. Drew says, scatter towering cumulus. Ooh. SK Sun says, what is the CHD dial measuring and why is it 0? So it should be cylinder head temperature, but I've no way to control it. So I must read up on that. Colonel Fork says, sitting at Pemberton, live weather, nice clouds, should be good if we keep low. Colonel, any chance of typing in a METAR of the area? I'll have a look. It'd be bouncy. Look at the state of that. There's that highway you guys are talking about. Lafford says, what are the circular things on the left and right side of the windows? If you mean this guy here, basically it's a little air vent, as in you can twist it and it'll move a piece of the plastic out of the way and it'll allow fresh air in. If there aren't big feet here, there are big feet nowhere. Mike G says, are you heading up to Whistler? I don't know. So our first stop is going to be Pemberton, then we're going to, is it Lilloet? Lilloet. Then Cash Creek, and then over to Cowloops. Keen says, thanks Murph, I can sleep tonight. The Video Crusaders here. He says, hey everyone, we're off to see the hosers in Canada. The horses. Yeah, nothing like an old Canadian horse. Jays are great this time of year. Very sad looking though, they always have a long face. Ba-dum-bum. Drew says, I have a thunderstorm off my 11 o'clock. The client side weather isn't consistent across all users. Ah. Lilloet. Thank you for the clarification, G4. Gulf Island Aviator says, we call Bigfoot Sasquatch here. Abram says, go to Quebec, Canada, it's very nice. Soon. But we'll be kind of keeping half right at this next kind of a junction. I'm really enjoying the scenery here. It's absolutely beautiful. Scott Briggs is here. Hey Murph. Man, I did a Bonanza flight LGA to DC Reagan. It went great. Even had my ground marshaller on the GA ramp. Oh, it was grand. DC area looked so bloody good. Nice, dude. Got Border Colleagues is here. Good evening to you. The scenery is amazing. It really is. Absolutely stunning. Mark O'Gorman asks, Murph, will you stream tomorrow night? Maybe. Let's see how it goes. Steve35 is here. Oh, Canada. Zodiac is here. And Scott says it was on Ultra. Awesome. Colonel Fork says, I refreshed my live weather. It looks more realistic now. Scott Briggs says, I ordered a gaming keyboard and a cooling pad. Because it's time. The Chasman says, bit the bullet and pre-ordered the Oculus Quest 2. Ah! Gabriel Dillon asks, how do I set up multiplayer, Murph? So if you want to fly with us tonight, Gabriel, I'll talk you through it. So pay attention, I will be asking questions. You don't need to create a group. All you need to do, when you're in the world map area, over on the right hand side, you can guess where you select your weather. Open that menu, then move over to the left, it'll say multiplayer. You have three options. Click the middle one that says all players. Next up you have traffic. Turn off the traffic. Then over at your username, if you click on your username, the second option, it'll say your server. Now usually it's set to automatic by default, so you have to manually select North Europe server. That's what we're going to be on this evening. Master Gamer says, I'm getting a PC for Christmas, so I'll finally be able to play this game. Nice. Pat says, I pre-ordered the Oculus Quest 2 as well. Nice. Abraham Lincoln asks, what's the best Irish food? Ooh. Our meat is pretty good. Beef. Irish stew is kind of nice. Irish coddle is really nice. It depends. I like a good shepherd's pie. Drew says potatoes. Oh yeah, of course. Potatoes and, like, you know, Kimberley Mikado and all that kind of good stuff. John E says, decided on the 3090 yet, Murph? Not yet. I want to see how it goes with a benchmark. And if I'm going to pick one up, I'm going to probably wait to the new year, because to buy them now, you know, they're going to be bought out just like the 3080s. It's going to increase the price of them. Jimmo says, an Ulster fry is one of the best breakfasts I've ever eaten. Yeah, well, we just call it like a fry. Or an Irish breakfast. But yeah, breakfast here is pretty good. Our sausages are quite good. Pork sausages. We also do pudding here, and what we call pudding is like boiled pig's blood with oats and stuff. It sounds awful, but it tastes really good. After a feed of Guinness, the next morning a feed of black pudding will set you up for the day. Probably give you instant heartburn, but that's okay. Repeat the previous step and you'll be fine. Tried to get a 3080 yesterday, obviously didn't happen, I know. And like, I went looking last night, there's like a handful left, or there was a handful left over in the UK, and I was just like, yeah, better wait. The Tasman says, shepherd's pie is delicious, however, I do believe it's a Scottish dish, but we can say it's Irish. Listen, I do love the Scots, don't get me wrong. But basically, way back when, there was a group of lads hanging around in Ireland, and they're all having the chat, and they said, oh yeah, Ireland's grand, it's, you know, it's wet and drizzly and cold. And there was a split in the group, because one fella said, listen lads, I tell you what, I know of this other place that has even worse weather and it's even more remote than Ireland. And off they rambled. And that was Scotland. I joke, of course. I love Scotland. One of the funniest things I ever heard, I was in Edinburgh and we were going to the International Tattoo. It's where all like the different military bands and whatever go to, and it's epic. It's up at Edinburgh Castle, and it's such an experience, absolutely amazing. I highly recommend it. Anyway, as we were queuing to get in, there was hundreds of people all hanging around, and we're just standing around, you know, queuing up and having a drink or whatever. And there was an American guy, and he goes, you know, hey man, what is it about you Scottish people? You know, everybody loves you Scottish people. And of course, you know, the big Scottish fella goes, right, there are two types of people in the world, Scots and those who want to be Scottish. And the whole place erupted. It was the funniest thing. Ed Reed says, bone marrow on toast. Mmm, yum. Philip Reed says, I'm Northern Irish. I went to Plymouth for university. Everyone thought I was Scottish every time. Well, there's not a million miles between the accents. Like, they do have that kind of a, I don't know, it's kind of a singing accent. It's like it's in reverse. It kind of starts low, then it goes up, then it goes low again. He says, Murph, we're losing you. I cut out a bit. I hope not. Jacob says, Scottish here. Cool. I just did a DNA test and it said I'm 65% Irish, Scottish and Welsh. Abraham Lincoln asks, is there a radio in Flight Sim 2020? Can you define radio? As in like a music player? Murph, is O'Gorman Irish or Scottish? Ooh. That's a good question, Mark. I don't know. O'Gorman, I would have to say Irish. Abraham says, music radio. No, but, you know, it's you can just have your Spotify on in the background, maybe. We're getting close, and the scenery is looking even nicer. Mountain Biking Rule says, yes, I was adopted by a Sicilian family, so I stand by that assertion. I'm hairy like a Sicilian, I eat like a Sicilian, and I'm loud like a Sicilian. I have to say, guys, this is probably the most scenic place I've flown thus far in the sim. What do you guys think? Keeper and Lee says, Jetstream radio is made for flight simmers. Cool. Mark says, well, the Alpha is from Limerick and my ma is from Mayo. Irish it is. Kat says, liked Alaska also. Yeah, Alaska was beautiful. Just remember, guys, if you're already on the ground over in Pemberton, which is CYPS, just make sure there's no custom liveries or third-party liveries or aircraft in use. Kat says, you should fly over the Pyrenees sometime. From Lisbonne and the other side of France. You know, I drove over the Pyrenees before, from San Sebastian down into Spain, in a panel van, a Sprinter. G4 says, yes, best, but I'm Canadian, eh? Is there any other way to talk? Just to repeat, my dudes, if you want to join us in multiplayer, make sure you're not using any custom or third-party liveries or skins for your aircraft. Only use the stock aircraft and liveries, please. Very important, otherwise my sim it'll just explode and crash. I'll cry and potentially jump out the door to my right-hand side. Danger close. My co-worker in Tampa, Florida says his neighbour is planning to sell his house. I figure with what I'll save on cost of living, I could get a real plane and travel pretty much anywhere. Cool. Scott Briggs says, I added a liveries pack today, but it didn't seem to work. Not sure why. They're a little bit buggy, and it's not the artist's fault. The sim has a bit of an issue trying to integrate kind of custom code. John Fjord says, there's no good reason to jump out of a perfectly good aircraft. Manda Rick says, I've been flying along on the Northern Europe server the whole time, but haven't seen you at all. I'm currently offline. But once I get landed here, I'll go online. There's going to be a right turn here, and we're going to follow the river in. Mountain Biking Rules says, gonna get some coffee and get ready for the flight. Scott Briggs says, the Bonanza seem decent, have to mind the RPMs and prop levels though. Carefully. Very carefully. Joe Blow says, CYPS is stunning. Langlater says, the Pitts S2 in game seems very buggy to me. The panel jumps around when you're doing interesting flying. John E says, is there any way to show tail numbers on other planes? Not yet. Doesn't seem to be working. Face cam on for the dramatic approach. So we want to watch our speed here. We do have the runway in sight. We're a little bit high, but that's okay. This is a pretty area. Now for the next flight, we're not just going to fly over the mountains. We kind of have to handrail them again. We'll come in from the side, so there's a little bit more off the beaten track flying, which I like. And what's gas, like, this is all stock scenery. This comes with the sim. Arlansky is here. Hi Murph, happy Friday. I'm late for the party, but ready to go. Nice. Happy Friday to you, dude. Hope you're keeping well. GMAX says, still haven't fixed my game. That's a bummer, dude. What exactly is the issue? GMAC, let's see if we can help you out there, dude. So, quick check on what we're doing here. Altitude is dropping nicely. Speed is dropping nicely. That's like a golf course there, is it? Or you would actually hit this plane if you're that way inclined. Ping, pang. Patch update is stuck on unpacking. You don't want to land on the golf course, mate. They won't appreciate that. Careful now. As I add a little bit of power just to get over these trees. Okay, concentrate on the landing first, then we'll read the chat. Oh, this place looks nice. Runway 06. Gently does it, gently does it. Little bit of a bounce, but that's okay. We be down. Alrighty, cool. Butter on bread. Bad Dog says, can you put the communities folder on a different drive to the rest of Microsoft Flight Sim? I can see it getting quite big over time. Okay, so you can do what's called a hard junction, whereby you're basically going to confuse the sim to say that the drive you're putting it in is actually that drive. Let me test it first. I want to make sure it works because it might give out with some of the whatchamacallit, some of the permissions and stuff. He's calling me over this way. We're using amateur mode. Steady, steady. Don't hit Johnny. Watch your head, Johnny. Okay, that'll do. That worked out well. Okay, so let's see here. Transponder goes to off. Avionics go to off. Igniters off. Well, they're the mags, essentially. Continue, please. I'm on the ground and landed. Cool. Okay, let's see. Some nice background music. And we do some kind of talking, I suppose. Yeah, so let me try that first. So technically, to answer your question, yes, you can put a different folder on a different hard drive just for your community stuff, which means you can absolutely like launch in all your add-on scenery and add-on aircraft and liveries and all that kind of stuff. There is a way to do it. It's called a hard junction or MK link. I have a video on YouTube how I did it in the X-Plane. You can apply the very same principles. It will work. But let me try it first, just in case. King Laffer says, this sim is the only way Irish people can see the sun. Most of the time, yes. Aaron Bailey is here. Good evening to you. He says, how's it going, Murph? Is patch 2 noticeably better on performance? Not had time to play it in a while. It's a little bit better. Yeah, it is noticeably. Yeah, noticeably? It is noticeable. You notice it. David Dearden says, it's starting to rain on live weather. That's a shallow approach, Murph. Yeah, it just was. Jacob says, go around, Murph. We got it. Stuart Payne is here. Good evening to you, Stuart. Just enter and you're on final to Stuart's. Mark Gorman says, Murph, Teespring merch. They won't accept orders no less between 3 to 5 items. Do you have a company in Ireland that do your merch? Leave it with me, Mark. The whole Teespring thing, I can't get my head around it, and leave it with me. I'm working on an idea for some merch. I'm going to start it with cups, as in these guys. But leave it with me. Butter on bread. Lumpy butter on bread. Ian Smith says, great flight again. Good night. And thanks. Well, thanks, Ian. We'll catch you the next time. Christopher Chen is here. He goes, oh boy, there's a huge patch to be downloaded. Indeed. When Two Tone announces the group flight, please pay attention to his instructions. Many thanks, Ed. So guys, for the group flight, I cannot stress this enough because it'll just break my stream and I'll get awful upset, and that's the door I'll jump out. But essentially, make sure you're not using any third-party or custom liveries or aircraft. Just keep it stock. Whatever the sim gave you from day one, that's what we got to use when we go on multiplayer. You'll be fine, but I'll crash, as in the sim will just say, yeah, no, and it'll stop. So let's see. Keen Rose is here. It's maple syrup, seeing as we are in Canada. I agree. Which plane are we flying in? I'm going to stay in the Cub, because I just kind of like it. I'll be fast and right. Could you consider making content like... get out of here. It's raining in Pemberton live right now. Yeah. G4 says... don't forget to tip the ground crew, a tradition in smaller Canadian airdromes. Max says, like the Cub Smurf, thanks again. Does that include the premium deluxe panels or planes? No, Drew, they're okay. Anything that's stock, anything that Microsoft released directly themselves are going to be good, grand, and awesome. So that's what we kind of need to do, if that makes sense. Now, let me see. Need to press a button. And back to the main menu and continue. Okay, so we were talking earlier about how to make like a manual cache. I'll talk you through it if you're interested. Disappear me. So you go into your options, go into general, go down to data or data, and down here you'll see rolling cache or manual cache. Click on view. It's going to ask you where you want to keep your cache, the size of it, and then you can create a new region. So the first thing you do, you select where it is you want to put it. That can be on any hard drive or folder, wherever you want to put it. Then you say, well, how much space you want to put in there. Once you do it, you have to create that cache. It will take a bit of time, so bear with it. Many thanks to the subscribe Negalator22. Really appreciate it, dude. So once it's finished creating the cache, you can now select anywhere on the planet to add. It'll give you a new option. It'll say create a new region, and it's kind of then like ortho. You just select a grid. I don't know if you left click or right click. It'll come up with an instruction panel of what to do, and then you can just cache that entire area. Real handy. So that's how that works. That could have been awful. Right, okay, I'm going to exit the sim because I always go for a restart. Samuel Week says, where are we going to next, Murph? So we're going to take off from Pemberton and we're going to head down to Liliet. So it's going to be Charlie Yankee Lima, India. That's the plan. As the sim slowly but surely loads up at the background. So yeah. Sticky Rice is here. Happy Friday, all. That's all. Have a fun and pleasant flight with Captain Murphy. How are you, my dude? Papa Romeo 77 is here. He says, hi there. Checking the latest patch. Cool. Can you cache on X-Plane? I don't believe so. Are you guys having fun on the ramp at the airport? Is it organized chaos? And like, what is this? So guys, apart from Microsoft Flight Sim, what do you usually play for sim? I was saying I had a look at that Crusader Kings 3 the other night. Very, very good. But it's one of them games that you just kind of, you know, when you get into it, it's like, yeah, I'll play for an hour, and then like, whoa, that's 8 hours, bed, and yeah. Chippy says there's a good crowd here. Coffee is brewing at the ramp. Don't forget, guys, not that you will forget, you never do. You're a very memorable bunch. If you're new here, we have a Discord. And over on Discord, we have a massive, when I say massive, it started at 0 and now it's massive. We have a huge community over there. Any of you guys want help or support, or you want to share some of your flight sim photos or videos? Pretty awesome. Okay, now, gonna get my airplane set up. And hopefully it doesn't break. Remember, lads and lassies, don't have custom skins or liveries or aircraft. That's very important, please. Right, that's the first option. Second option, yes. Are you guys going by live weather? The music's a bit, well, it is, isn't it? CYLI. It's giving us rain. What's it like there, guys? Is it flyable? Colonel says, yes, it's flyable. Well, we'll give it a shot, so. If it's not, I'll just kind of, you know, do my thing and play God. Weather be gone. CAC5, and that looks about it. So it's about an hour and 2 minutes of a flight here, provided we all behave ourselves, of course. Desktop flight, save. That was kind of loud. Save. Save again. Desktop. Flight 2. Okay, now just want to make sure I have all my settings right. I've all different music tonight. We'll go with this. This is nice. So all players. Server is indeed North Europe. Let's see what happens, shall we? Mark Gomer says, just poured another Guinness. I approve. Berko Flyer says, I'm on a few clouds. Okay. Mark Intella is here. Hey Murph, happy Friday. Hope you had a good week. Many thanks, Mark. Yeah, good week, dude. It's Friday, we've made it. How are you keeping? Luda says, would anybody join a Murphy supporter squadron? Huh? Ooh, not very flyable weather. This... I think I'm going to go with a few clouds, guys, because it's not very, you can't see anything. That'll kind of do. Okay, so we can all confirm there are no custom liveries. I hope. The Chasman says, will you be unlocking the multiplayer Discord channel soon? Very soon. Abraham says, your glasses look cool. Bono Vision. Ed Reed says, who's buying the beer? I'll have one. I'll have two. Great Scott. I'll need to refill this. Oh. Always drink in small quantities. Markantella says, Murph, Rex is coming out with a new weather engine. Looks pretty good. It absolutely does, Mark. It looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to refill my jar here. Refill my jar, refill my cup. So I'm going to press this button. And I'm going to go for this one. Right, I'll be back to you in a jiffy. Sit tight. Don't go anywhere. There's always one. Master Gamer has a birthday tomorrow. Happy imminent birthday, my dude. Alrighty. So I'm going to bring up our little map here. This is our flight plan. If you guys want to copy or just make a note of it. Rip. Okay. You guys good to go? I'm good to go. Hey, how's it going? I refilled my jar. Cheers on sláinte. Ah, tasty beverage. Okay, so we're going to restart our machine here. One click, lights coming on. Choke out, mixture in. Toes on toe brakes, clear prop. Good start in the engine. There's always one, isn't there? Okay, busy enough airfield, so we want to be careful with our pattern work here, guys. Obviously, you have the mountains very close to the field. So let's try and behave ourselves as best we can. So, avionics coming online. Got our choke in here now as well. 7,000. Would it be 7,000? I don't think so. I think 12. Let's go for that. Alrighty. F1 Alan, away in a break, need to get a fix watching someone else flying the sim. You're very welcome, F1 Alan. Happy Friday to you, dude. I hope you're keeping well. And yeah, many thanks for joining us. So we're here in British Columbia. Airport is called Pemberton. Mike G says, I would like to see more explosions on impact for a little added realism. Not that sort of sim. If you're into that kind of stuff, I recommend checking out DCS World. And it's free. But that's a hootenanny for blowing things up. There's a truck. A big truck. Kind of indicators and, you know, brake lights would be handy here, wouldn't they? Murphy just kind of sheepishly approaches the runway. One notch of flaps. And time to boogie. We'll try and stay away from the crazy crazies. If for whatever reason, if the stream does break down and crash and explode, and I disappear, just usually wait about 5 to 10 minutes. But you guys already knew that, right? Yeah, we already knew it. The only thing better than watching would be actually flying with you. Soon, got Border Collies, soon. So it's going to be a left pattern we do in this neck of the woods. This area is absolutely stunning. Mike G says it's extremely smooth compared to the other day. I did an awful lot of messing around with settings and tinkering, and yeah, I spent a couple of hours on it yesterday trying to fix it, and it would appear to be it would have appeared to fix itself, kind of. Well, it didn't fix itself, but I fixed it. I'm a genius. And Nvidia released new graphics drivers. I'm sure that helped. So we'll just kind of circle here, allow everyone to get airborne. Gain a bit of altitude. Like, this is just, I love this about Microsoft Flight Sim. Just a whole load of peoples can fly together. Flight of the Bumblebees. So, like, don't be nervous if you're new and if this is your first flight with us. Don't be nervous. Like, we're not going to give out. You know, don't be an idiot. or an Egypt, as I like to call it. Don't be an Egypt, and you'll be grand. But, you know, if you make a mistake, it's totally fine. We're up here for a good time. It's chilled out, relaxed. We're not necessarily following any sort of real-world procedures. We'll behave ourselves as best we can, and help each other out. That's the aim of the game here. Luda says there are now fire particles in the sim. Really? Haven't seen them yet. So as we have more aircraft taking off, gonna get ourselves somewhat trimmed out here if I can. The scenery here is amazing. Hide my mush out of the way. How do you add multiple airports, says Philip Breen? If you do it from the main screen, once you set your departure and arrival, if you just go down to the kind of left-hand side, down a smidgen, there's like a search bar, and you can type in other airports. It'll appear them on the screen, and you can just select them and click Add, and they'll be added in. But don't worry, we'll all stay together. I've the total flight plan done. We'll make a stop at CYLICAZ 5, and then our final landing. So don't worry. Follow me or don't follow me. It's up to yourselves. So I still think we have one or two waiting to depart here. Oh, we got a big crew of people here today. Ed Reed says, Two-Tone, you okay with my moderating? Two-Tone? Or, I'm Two-Tone. Hi, I'm Two-Tone. Ed, yes I am. And I do thank you very, very much for all the help and support you give me. Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage is here. How can I join the server? So, on your username, up in the top right-hand corner, if you click on your username, a drop-down will appear. You'll see Server Selection. Manually change that to North Europe. And make sure you have your settings in multiplayer to all players, and you should see us. Ed Reed, 100%. Never question your moderating skills. I really appreciate your support, dude, and thank you so much. Something tells me the Grand Caravan is going to be under a little bit of pressure trying to keep his speed down. But so far so good, my dude. Okay, I do believe we're pretty much all off the ground, and if not, you can catch us. So guys, if you look at my screen, we're going to follow this ravine here. We can go this way, which is going to be up through this kind of a valley, or we can go this way, which would be over to the left hand side. I'm inclined to go this way. Colonel Fork says let's go left. Left it is. So we're going to go this way, all the way up and along. We'll get to a bigger mass of water, and then ramble on this side. That's pretty cool looking. Don't forget, guys, if you are new here, we have a Discord channel up and running. If you guys need any help or support, or you just want to share some of your flight sim photos or videos, we also try and keep current with all the news from all the various news sources when it comes to Flight Simulator and X-Plane and all that kind of good stuff. We'd be delighted to welcome you over to Discord. So far, so good. Aaron Bailey says, what sort of flight plan you got loaded in? VFR or IFR? I know you have no avionics, but if IFR, it's easier to navigate. Yeah, usually. So just with VFR, this is the magenta line. This is pretty much the route we're taking. But we're kind of just, well, VFR, so we'll fly as close to that as we can. Right turn here, Murph. We're going to follow this canyon all the way around. It'll make things a little more challenging than what we're used to. So be mindful of the mountains, guys. They're unforgiving. And it's bumpy. How many planes flying today, says Jim. I count 20 so far. One or two still to come to the party. Watch those freeways. So if you joined us here for the first time after a long week at the office or school or work, or maybe just at home, or maybe you're not at home, you're all very welcome. Thanks so much for stopping by to visit the channel. We'll try and help you unwind and chill out as we check out some breathtaking scenery here in British Columbia in Canada. We're here, of course, using Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, or FS 2020, or simply Microsoft Flight Sim, or Flight Simulator, or MSFS. So many names, but we all know what it means by now. If you guys are on the fence on whether or not you should pick up this sim, or if you're eagerly awaiting the release on console, I can promise you, it's an absolute game changer. Really nice work here by all the other pilots behind me. And don't worry, guys, if you're not able to keep it steady, just take your time. It's all about the very slow, minute movements of your controls. And if you make a mistake, don't worry about it. Joe Blow says, first timer at the back of the pack. That's okay, Joe. That's what it's all about. So to make life a little bit easier, my current heading is... zoom in here, Murph. Current heading is 340, give or take. Current speed is 160 kilometers an hour. If you're in this Piper Cub or the Savage Cub, we're just under 4,500 RPM on our tachometer. We're at 3,250 feet, give or take. Annalisa is here. Sorry I'm late, Two-Tone. I've been off painting my bedroom with a broken toe. Aww. Annalisa, how will the dancing skills be with a broken toe? Perhaps you're able to kind of, I don't know, make a modification to the dance that'll make it work even better. But happy Friday to you, and thanks for joining us. John J. Rambo is here. Howdy y'all, and Captain Murphy. Hello John, happy Friday to you, my dude. Thanks for joining us. Mike G says, try a paintbrush the next time. It's much easier. Annalisa says, I have a lovely air boot. It's not stylish, but it works. Some really nice flying here, guys. We have a number of C-152s, a number of Cubs. I'm unsure, is that a Cirrus or is it one of the Diamonds? We have a Grand Caravan doing phenomenal work keeping it at this speed. T-Game says it's a Diamond. So we're pretty much just going to follow on this ravine here the whole way. As you can see, it'll open up after a little while to a much larger river. They're almost like lakes, in fact. And we'll handrail them all the way around to our first stop. Ryan Tanner is here. Good evening. Happy Friday to you, my dude. Many thanks for stopping by. I hope you guys are all keeping very well on this Friday. Marcantella says, Murph, wouldn't it be cool if they put a few Sasquatch walking around down there? That can be done, Mark. That can be done. Aaron Bailey sees the snow-capped mountains in the distance. It's hilarious. You be sitting there and you always have the urge to go meow. Whenever you look at another plane, it's just like meow. It's like if you ever see a sheep. As Stormtalker is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Do you ever notice that if you're on your own or even with someone else and you see like a sheep and you walk over to it and you go meh? Or if you see a cow, you'll tend to go moo. And the cow's probably thinking, whoa, that guy can speak cow. Bad Dog says, I had a Sasquatch once. It kept good time. Dad jokes. They absolutely are. Don't act like you're not impressed. Look at this scenery. Next airport we're landing at is Charlie Yankee, Lima, India. Lillooet, or Lillooet. Someone said it earlier on, I still can't pronounce it. But that place. This place. Aaron Bailey says it looks like Aspen from Dumb and Dumber. Quick check on our fuel. We're going good. The guy says where the beer flows like wine. There goes Maverick and Goose. Nicely done. We got to work on some, not tonight now, but some other night. I might start a few closed group sessions and we'll do some aerobatics. I like that idea about, you know, working on like doing some sort of an air show if you can. Mark Gorman says, newly started in Canada but was taken over by Flair Airlines. Ryan Tanner says, can you join the flight at all or is it for members? Ryan Tanner, you can join the flight, dude. Just make sure you have multiplayer settings to all. There's always one, isn't there? Make sure you have multiplayer settings to all and you're on the North Europe server. Does that Cub not have a float type carburetor? The engine should have died. Maybe not simulated. Yeah, maybe not. And also, I don't know how these can kind of fly inverted or that. There's no fuel pump. On your lights, man. Aiden Darley Aviation is here. How are you? Late again. I hope you're a good day. Where are you off to? So we're in Canada. And we're flying in British Columbia. We took off from Pemberton. We're heading up to Lillooet, which is Charlie Yankee Lima, India. Robbie Kane is here. He says, stop the plane. I need to pee. Good evening to you, Robbie. I hope you brought a water bottle. Luna says, I did try the Top Gun thing with your Murph. Kenneth Naughton's here. He says, I like the sound of that formation team. Yeah, it's going to be awesome, dude. Yeah, like once they start releasing some of the more maybe military aircraft, the airshow thing is going to be cool. So I saw it over on DCS. So if we had like, I don't know how to do it yet, but we will figure it out. So basically, I might record it as a stream. So basically, I would love to get like a group flight going, and that can be like an aerobatic team. Then we can have a couple of solo people if they want. You know, they can fly in various aircraft. Anything for like, even the A320 doing a flight pass, they do that at Bray. And then some of the military aircraft, that would be awesome. Plus, I would love to see when helicopters get released. So we can have kind of multiple groups at maybe different stages. Maybe stream it or record it and then put together a video, you know, like 30 or 40 minutes long, maybe. And we can all watch it. Kane Leffer says, would you be classed as an idiot if you use something like a Boeing 737 during one of these group flights? Yes, you would. Or as I like to call them, an idiot. But each to their own. DMG says, I did the first bush flying challenge leg, but it's not marked as completed. Is there something I have to do? No, once you kind of follow all the, well, when I say the waypoints, but like once you find each area and land at the correct airport, you should be sound. Aidan Darley says, well, yes, well, if you do that, I'll be flying the 139. Kenneth Naughton says, ooh, formation in gazelles. That will be class. Luna says, I would love to do an air show. Yeah, it's an idea. Like, let us get cracking on this idea. We can have, like, you know, the first annual... Yeah, well, I'm going to go with it. The first annual Two-Tone Murphy Air Show. Because why not, right? Hey, guys. Got Border Collie says, how about a virtual Oshkosh? I like that too. Batman7490 has become a member. Many thanks, my dude. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Yeah, the virtual Oshkosh, Colonel Fork has mentioned that before. We want to do a bit of flying. We also want to do it with air traffic control. We're going to take off from multiple different airports. Usually somewhere kind of 30 or 40 minute flight time away from Osh, and do some landings there. That would be awesome. So we're going to follow this lake, then a little bit of a river, and then another lake, over to the right hand side here. Dagrin Gaming is here. Good evening to you. He says, hi Murph, how are you? All good, my friend. Happy Friday. We've made it to the weekend. Danny Doyle says, go upside down. I can't, Danny. I'll spill me drink. Luda says, that would be perfect for me. I'd love to show off my skills. 100%. Not only that, we can rate each performance. This thing is just gathering legs. So with the said air show, we can make it a competition. So we can have different categories. So we can have like a group flight, a solo flight, you know, best military, best chopper, and best commercial. And I don't know how big or small it'll be, but like we don't want to spend too much time at it, but certainly it will be awesome. Hotdog says, hey, a pride of Cubs on the highway to heaven. Nice. Dagran Gaming says, it's the weekend. Yay, my birthday is in 3 days. Nice. Happy birthday in 3 days, Dagran. Danny Doyle says, what am I drinking? I'm drinking an Irish creamy liqueur. It sounds awfully like Shayleys. Benny P is here. He says, good evening, Murph. Hey, Benny. Happy Friday, my dude. Chippy A says, Mrs. Chippy asked if she could judge the best chopper. Yes. Yes, she can. Gabriel Lynn says, bringing up the rear and no idea how I'm keeping up with you guys. G4 says, same weekend as the Cosford Sim Show. Batman says, you're welcome, young Murphy. Just waiting on the joystick and then hopefully join for some flights. Dude, you will be most welcome. Ed Reese says, as a former ATC reworld, I can do ATC for a fly-in, Murph. Oh, 100%, Ed. That'd be amazing, dude. Like, a lot of us are still in the figuring out air traffic control stage. But give it a bit of time. I'm sure we can get some of the basics. 100%. Master Gamer says, just out of curiosity, do you have the London City Pack? Yes, I do. The one from Orbex? Yep, I got that one. King Laffer says, it could be called Two-Ton Murphy's Flying Circus of Big Aegis. It lights, because what's the point of having it on paper? I like that. Neon, flashing neon strobe lights. Aaron Bailey says, other brands are available. Bailey's I can say, because that's my surname. I approve. Mark O'Gorman says, time for another Guinness. Colonel Fork, you were 100% right telling us to go this direction, dude. This is stunning. Ed Reed says, just a poll. Do you guys like what you're watching? Yes or no? Be mindful, I get very emotional. Aidan Darley says, I fly over Galway with a plane with a message in the back saying, Two-Ton Murphy Flying Circus of Big Aegis. Tickets now on sale. Nang says, the view is almost out of Fjording, Norway. Yeah, it's beautiful up here, isn't it? And I have to say, guys, I'm really impressed that you're flying. Some excellent formation stuff here. Aaron Bailey says, maybe a future update could be where random animal appearances occur, not in set regions. Yeah, so how they implement them at the moment, they kind of use them as a custom scenery fixed to a lat long. There's always one. Jones Barbecue says, my flight simulator only loaded in now. You're so far ahead. Don't worry, my dude. You can jump to the next airport if you want and meet us up there. CYLI is the IK code. We're very close to it. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. Samuel Week says the lake you're flying over is Seton Lake. Cool. Gabriel Dillon says, goes to show how much I know, I'm in front of you. Gordon is here. How's it going, my dude? Looking good there on the world map. Lots of green plains. Jabaku is here. How's it going, my dude? Happy Friday. Mark Intellis says, Murph, is the sim capable of you talking with people you're flying with? Not at the moment. I was working on a little something myself, similar to like VATSIM, whereby you can tune in your radio frequency and it would open up a voice chat with aircraft that are close by on a specified server. And I've been talking to the developers about how do I open up an API to do that, and they kind of said, hold fast, you won't need to do that. So I said, okay, I have no other further information that I can share with you, but it is something they are working on. Don't know when it'll be out, but they're aware of it. Robbie Kane says, great driving, my dudes. I agree. So guys, if you want to share links or stuff like that, probably not best do it in the chat. By all means, if you want to jump over to Discord, that would be the place for that, because we have to be mindful of the younger eared audience, and we try and keep this family friendly at all times, if you know what I mean. So maybe bear that in mind. This is going to be interesting. So we have to go through this narrow pass here. And then we got to be careful, because when we come alongside, we got to turn left and then right down into the airport. This could be interesting. Mike G says, any of you ever fly? Any of you ever fly a remote control plane? No. Aidan Darley says, was in school today and I heard the bell 206 from Weston, looked out the window and the teacher gave out for me being distracted, and I was like, this helps me concentrate. I actually saw that bell fly over yesterday, I think. A beautiful looking machine. They're old, but like they're nice. They're really nice. This is a kind of a narrow pass, alright. Really nice flying this evening, my dudes. Well done. You're all doing a great job keeping up, or keeping down. In particular, the Cessna Grand Caravan. That can't be easy. What are we doing, about like 19 knots? Jer says, I flew RC planes for the last 22 years. Cool. I remember years ago back in Baldonnel, there used to be like the Irish model or flying model club. That used to be brilliant. Look over the mountain, Murph. They hurt. Nang says, listening to the stall warning constantly. Now this airport is interesting because you'll see it ahead of us. It's actually on a ridge. As in it's high up off the ground. Now, it's no Sedona. But it's nice. Danny, because you're asking us all night, I'm going to do a barrel roll, so don't flip out, right? Are you ready? Are you sure you're ready? And no one else flip out. Oh god, there goes my drink. And Huey and Ralph are present. Huey! Ralph! Huey and Ralph. Okay guys, you know the drill. I'm going to go down for a landing first. Keep your spacing. Don't start your final approach until I say ready. If that's okay with you. Well, this place is nice. Like, there are very good aerobatic planes in this sim. And like, you know, you can do negative G pushovers, you can do positive Gs, you can do barrel rolls, you can do half barrel twists, you can do figure eights, you can do, you know, spins and slips and do all sorts of cool stuff. The bread is in the toaster, Murph, says Mark. This place is nice, isn't it? Beautiful. Heat is here, he says, how about Alberta soon? Cool. Courtly Dust 04 is here. What's up, Murphy? Happy Friday, my dude. Many thanks for stopping by. I hope you're having a good one. I have a little bit of chop, but it should be okay. Right, Murph, you're very high, but it's okay. There's a lot of runway. Heat is from Calgary. Nice one, dude. You have an amazing looking country. It's absolutely stunning. As in, like, it's ridiculously stunning. But you already knew that. Runway 14. This is going to be sporty. Bleed off some of the speed. Notch the flaps out. Gently it does it. Gently does it. And we're down. Bring our flaps back in here. Okay. Avionics off. We'll just turn everything off. Continue. As it all shuts down. Now, hopefully, nothing breaks. We want to turn on the labels so we know who's doing what. One or two have landed, but that's okay. We won't hold it against you. Ah, the dang camera doesn't work. That's annoying. Okay, we'll just do it this way, shall we? Spaceman is down, as is Treble. We have Fugos and Merlin Flyer inbound. Looking nice, guys. Erlansky on the approach. We can see Fugos here. Merlin Flyer a little bit higher, as is Coley 205. He lines up the approach. It's looking good. Oh, there's butter. Yep, there's lots of butter. Nicely done. Merlin Flyers inbound. Erlansky coming in as well. As Fugos sidetails it out of there. Keep her lift, Fugos, if you can go on past me a bit. Nicely done, Erlansky. Joe Blow is there. Coley's going for a go around. Merlin Flyer is down. Formed Meteor coming in. Looks nice, as is Piat coming in the Grand Caravan. Great landing there from Formed Meteor. Nicely done. Owen Risk, Mountain Biking Rules, The Mandaric, and Chippy Arnold. Watch your spacing, dudes. It's a kangaroo landing gear. Papa Joe B inbound, as is SD Bama. We're looking good. Joe Blow is down. Astro coming in. Sir Blackie a lot. Nicely done. Glum Tapestry coming in. Little bit of a bounce. It's like landing on the moon. Aiden says it's like the M6 toll going into Dublin. We have Coley 205 and Ludos on the way in. Coley 205. It's like Ludos is flying a kite. He's defied physics before, he's doing it again. Philip Breen has landed, nicely done. Black Ice Gabe is here as well. Kane Effort says, shameless plug. It didn't go too well for El Coley. Oh, poor El Herbie. Colonel Fork made that look way too easy. We have a casualty. Man down. Medic! Jam is down. Yeah, we got one or two glitches, but who cares, right? Alright, we're good to go again, guys. Emily is the medic. Herbie is repaired. Great work. Medic! Tommy Wig says, imagine someone bringing a 747 to this tiny airport. Oh, I could imagine it. Alright, we're good to go again. Our flight continues. That's kind of strange. Colonel Fork says someone crashed an A320 when I was on final. Alrighty. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I'm going to have to restart my stuff. But that's okay. So guys, bear with me for a moment. We'll turn this guy back on. And jump into here, shall we? I dislike when the drone. I dislike when the drone camera doesn't work. But that was a lot of fun. Okay, we still got a couple of more places to go this evening. So our departure runway is CYLI. Now we're heading over to a place called Cache Creek. CAZ5. Aiden Darty says, please tell me that I can play with you when I'm on Xbox One when it comes out for it. Yes, you can. 100%. Would have been worse. Gabriel Dillon says, Black Ice Gabe has to go. Really enjoyed my first flight with you guys and my best landing ever. Nice one, Gabriel. Fantastic landing, dude. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. We'll see you on the next one. Cheers, dude. As we have a simulator starting up in the background. Fugros, great flight. Thanks, Murph. My pleasure, my dude. When I say it's Cache Creek, I think it's Cache Creek. Oh, yeah. Joseph Sadaka is here. He says, just want to say I'm really enjoying the stream. Many thanks, my dude. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're keeping well. Cheers. There's noises coming from everywhere, and now nowhere. Ed Reed says, nice. So we're going to get booted back in a few moments. Maz C888 says, that was my first group flight. Thanks, Murph. A lot of fun. You're more than welcome, dude. And don't worry, you know, if you're heading off, head off, and we'll see you the next time. And thanks a million for stopping by. Or if you just want to take a break from flying, we're still doing more multiplayer flights. Now, before we go, need to change a couple of settings. Aircraft selection, weight and balance. Oh, there's so many planes here. Let's see here. Bear with me, just get all my settings up and running. Remember guys, if you're going to join the server, we're on the North Europe server, just make sure you're using the standard stock liveries and aircraft. Don't use any custom repaints or different aircraft. It will crash the sim. So yeah. Someone's in a 7-4, there's always one, yeah. And Daddy says, Murphy, don't really know if you can relate, but have you ever had a tractor and think it's an aircraft? Because it happened to me many times. Mark Gomer says, Murph, just bought a Rotzi gaming chair tonight. Nice. You will enjoy it. They're very good. Many thanks, Joseph, for the subscribe. Cheers, my dude. Thank you so very, very much. So let's see. Give the stream or the sim a few seconds to boot up here. You can hear some people's. Oh yeah, they're all here. They're all here. Just make sure there's no custom liveries, guys. Thank you. Coley205 says, gotta go now. Thanks, Murph. No problem, Coley. We'll catch you the next time. Benny P says, actually, I'm wondering how everyone is following the stream on YouTube while flying multiplayer. I just use my phone to follow the stream. I find this easier than a split screen. Cool. Jones asks, will I be streaming tomorrow? Yeah, maybe. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, guys, whoever is in the 7-4, if you wouldn't mind terribly, not being in the 7-4, because you're kind of killing the frames for some of the guys. As outlandish as it looks. It does look outlandish. Oh. So our flight plan, we're taking off from here, then we're going up to here, and then we're going to land over here. So not terribly long left. Now our flight from here, it's not as simple as just Asher will go over the mountains, shall we? We kind of have to cut a hole, we have to cut a shortcut through. So when we take off, we're going to head north and then kind of head east, south, east, and then south again. So we're going this way. Alrighty, that's the plan. Let's see how that turns out, shall we? Many thanks to the person who's in the 747. Soon we'll go up in 747s, guys. That'll be an interesting stream. We'll do a couple of 747s flying around the place. We're starting in CYLI. So I'm going to refill my cup. Because that's what I do. So bear with me. We'll jump back to you in a mo. Sit tight, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. There's always one. All right, okay. Yorkshire's here. So what are the flaps for? When you land, you say, give it a notch of flaps. New to flight sim. So you have flaps on your wings, right? Basically, what your flaps do in most aircraft, they expand the area of the wing to basically allow the plane travel at a much lower speed whilst still remaining somewhat stable, if that makes sense. So with your flaps down, it means you can achieve a much slower speed without the air rushing under the wing and then suddenly stopping, causing a stall. A stall is where there's not enough, lift. You'll drop. So that's why you would use your flaps. So on a short field, a notch of flaps would help you because it means you will achieve flight or climb or lift at a slower speed. But we're getting into physics now, so like, give it an hour and I'll know more about physics. My dad flew as a passenger on Air Force One once. His best friend's friend was one of the pilots. Nice. John Fior says, I reckon I can get over these mountains, said every pilot ever who didn't. No, I don't think we'll get over these. Feel free to try, though. Battery on. Clear prop. Got a good start on our engine. Avionics coming on. Got a transponder on here as well. I'm unsure, guys. Is it 7,000 up here, or is it 1,200? Maybe 7,000. We shall see. Anyway, time to get boogieing on here. Choke, in you go. $1,200 is okay for Canada. Okay. Okay, 1,200 is. Okay, guys, ready when you are. Let's just get airborne, shall we? We're kind of scattered throughout the field. But it's good. It's grand. It's 1,200 in Canada. Okay, cool. There's no real method here. We're just going to boogie on out. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. Let's get to it. Irish style driving. You keep left. Vulture Squadron. Yeah, it's just like, let's get vertical. To be honest, it's uncontrolled, and we'll probably be waiting about an hour if we're waiting for everyone to get airborne, so yeah, it's grand. So we want to be heading in this direction because we're going to sneak up this way. But I'll hang on for you guys, don't worry. I don't think I need to hang on for you. You guys are doing great already. This scenery is just amazing, isn't it? Daniel M198 is here. Hey Murph, sorry I'm late. How was your Friday? Hello Daniel. Happy Friday to you, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, my Friday's been good. Busy day at the office. All is good. It's Friday. We've made it to the weekend. All is good. How was your day, my dude? They're like fireflies in the background, all the different lights. Re71 has just subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. You're very welcome along. Happy Friday to you. Alright, so this is going to be kind of tricky. So we'll be taking kind of a hard right-hand sweep around. We're going to follow this river. To about here. And break off to the right and down. Then we're going to turn left. And then we're going to turn right. Daniel says, good thanks, nothing to write home about. They're the Fridays I like. Oh, it's bumpy. Mike is here. How's it going? Kane Leopard says, Two-Tone Murphy's Flying Circus of Aegis. Audition's now open. This is some really nice scenery here now. Joseph says this must be beautiful in the snow. Oh yeah. Check out the shadows on the ground, look. That's awesome looking. Welcome to Fountain Valley, says Samuel Weeks. This place looks amazing. King Leffer says, do the mountains actually have an effect on the wind in the sim? Yep, 100%. Mike says, wouldn't like driving them roads under the influence. It's super bouncy here. Benny P says, regarding the new VR sets, as the new Oculus 2 comes out, I start to hesitate as I was thinking to buy the HP or the HP Reverb G2. Which one should I go for? Hard to know. Obviously I'm going to wait until I see a couple of reviews. How do they benchmark? How do they work with the new 3000 series cards? How are they going to work with the new AMD cards? I think more research is required. Mike says, has the turbulence effect been improved with the latest patch? I haven't really noticed it actually. They have added more vibrations and stuff to some of the smaller GA aircraft. Yeah, so far so good. This scenery up here is off the hook. Keen Lever says, Two-Tone, do you think that Microsoft Flight Sim will be the future for trainee pilots? Obviously once the majority of the bugs are gone. It's definitely the future for flight simulators. Yes, there is a bit of work to be done in terms of, you know, the fidelity of avionics and systems and whatnot, but in terms of what Asobo and Microsoft have achieved, you know, I'm fairly certain the entire planet is capable of allowing you to fly VFR. You can identify all the areas. That in itself is amazing. So we're going to be rambling over to the right hand side of this canyon here, guys. Tam says it looks even better with snow. Cool. I'd well believe it. So we're going to cut in this way and follow it all the way around to the right. Let's see, we zoom in here. And we bounce back around to the left and then right again. Ed Reed says Flight Sim 2000, the Pro version, was actually approved for flight training in the USA back in the early 2000s. Cool. Like I think X-Plane 11 has some FAA certification. I think P3D did the same as well. Sammy Week says, I have Google Maps on another tab to look where you're flying right now. Right now you're over the village of Pavilion. Nice. Very pretty up here. That's some really nice flying there, guys. So we're at about 3,500 feet, 160 kilometers per hour in the aircraft, about 4,500 RPM on our tachometer. Keen Lafford says, any news on the fitted kitchen? No. Sithand Paddle says, hey bro, any suggestions for the A320? So there's like a custom version of it available, the X I think it is, or A320X or A3X I think. If you just go onto the MSFS add-ons, do a search for that, you'll see it in there. That's like a freeware project. The guys are trying to add a whole load of features to the default A320. It looks impressive so far. Jimmo says, do we now need to thank Mrs. Murph for letting you out to play with your sim mates? Probably yes. Annalisa, thanks, Mrs. Two-Tone. Mind the mountains, Murph. They hurt. They really hurt. Max says, God bless the flight sim with us. Drew says, not a fan of the A320's fly-by-wire, makes flaring difficult. Yeah. Like, to be honest, I prefer kind of GA aircraft anyway. That's just my forte. I just have more enjoyment out of them. I think they're more interesting. Some of the big jetliners like the 737s and A320s and upwards, they're kind of like buses. These are more like pickups and sports cars. Now, notwithstanding that, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy flying a long haul or even kind of medium short haul flight in an airliner. But what we're experiencing here tonight, you just don't get this in the jets. Musers1 is here. He says, wow, what a view. It's stunning, isn't it? And Elisa says, and let's not forget the widowers. Kane Laffer says, Mrs. Murphy must be gone demented, which is shouting obscenities at an imminent object every second night of the week. Drew says, gotta do those landing challenges though. Yeah, some of them are pretty cool. Nag says, I love the aircraft of Century of Flight version. Love to have them back. Samuel says, have you ever thought of streaming a long-haul flight? Yeah, I can do, but like, I leave that to the more capable guys. Captain Canada has, he's amazing streams. He does like really long flights. But yeah, it's something I will do. Once I know that, the AirAct data is going to be current, the weather behaves itself, and the avionics work, I'll be all over it. Sid says, after the update, all the functions are broken, like the FMC navigation. They've actually fixed most of them with the patch. Now, there are still a couple of bugs hanging around, but I think it's kind of personal preference. Less pilot, more computer operator, says Ivan. Well, it can be. Like once you set autopilot and you have your step climbs and your flight plan is logged and ATC have you for IFR, the cruise can be a challenge, especially if you're like 2 or 3 hours or worse, 5 or 6 hours in a cruise. But Breed says, I've just realised I'm the last behind. Slow down. Okay guys, it's going to be a left turn around this bit of a mountain. Sid says, why are you not using face cam? Well, I can, but it kind of gets in the way of the nice scenery. Don't you agree? John Morris is here. Good evening. He says, hi, beautiful flight tonight. Much better than what's on the telly. Check out all the shadows there, look, on the ground. They're awesome looking. Oh dear. Jimmo says, I tell you mate, this is way better than I had expected and can only get better. I agree. Cop Slayers here. Good evening to you, Cop. Happy Friday, my dude. I hope you're keeping well. Don't forget, guys, if you're new here, you might consider liking, subscribing, or following the channel. We also have a Discord gone into the chat there as well. So we're pretty much going to ramble up this way and then back down again, I think. Let's have a look here. That should put us pretty much straight on the nose. Somebody week says the likes are slowly rising. Let's get to 100 before the end of the stream. Cool, dude. Colonel Fork says, I can only imagine what people on the ground will be thinking seeing all these little planes flying overhead. They probably think a crazy invasion is happening. A little bit bumpy as we fly between the valleys. A bit of snow on the ground. Gop says, Murph, did you get rid of the stuttering? I did, Gop. Spent a couple of hours yesterday trying to figure it all out, and got a bit of assistance from some nice peoples. So far, so good. We did it, guys. We got 100 likes. Thank you so very, very much. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you all very, very much. Awesome. Well, that's kind of strange and odd. Uh-oh. The sim is misbehaving. Ah, there we go. It fixed itself. There be gremlins. Cop says I've seen that as well. All we're short of some tangling legs. The Flintstone planes. Oh god, there's no one in there. Don't be alarmed, it's quite okay. It could be worse. I'm not quite sure how, but it could be worse. It's a self-flying plane. Or self-flying plane, rather. Yes. Francesco Clement has just subscribed. Many thanks. Happy Friday, my dude. Thanks for stopping by, and many thanks for the support. Cache Creek. Roboplane. Developer mischief. All of the above. They just sat there to get some coffee. They're grand. Elon Musk is prototyping a Microsoft Flight Sim. Stuart Payne says, Murph, have you updated the 182? Not since the second patch, actually, Stuart. Have you? And if you did, please tell me they fixed the starting issue. Steve35 says, what's for dinner, Murph? Oh. Well, I've been behaving myself for the last 2 weeks because I'm on a whole eat less today than what you did yesterday kind of thing. Arsenal 011 is now following. Many thanks, dude. You're very welcome along. So dinner tonight was the finest nuggets of chicken. And that was pretty much it. But it's not really a diet, it's just like, it's more of a, will you behave yourself? Runway in sight. Right guys, you know the drill. Allow me to get on the ground first. Wait until I say we're good to go, and then we'll be good to go. Sure says if you go to the content manager, update it through there. The cold and dark failure issue thingy is now sorted. The climb ratio is also improved. Autopilot doesn't try to kill you either. Cool. Have they done anything with the sounds? Diet equals light beer. Jimmo says, have you tried the meal replacement diet? Replace one meal with one drink. It's the method I use. Corsair says, Murph, what was the main cause of the stuttering? Basically, they've tweaked a couple of things with the rendering engine. They look for some optimization. And some of the coding, I kind of ignored that in my rendering. So, my workaround was I adjusted some of my clock speeds on both the GPU and the CPU. And I also changed some of the permissions of programs in the background. Stuart says, there's a lot of updates in the content manager. Cool, I'll check them out, dude. No sound improvements yet. Still sounds like a 4-cylinder with a broken exhaust. That's never good. Hide the cheesy music for a moment while we try and put this on the ground. Lots of turbulence. Yes, yes there is. A little bit shaky. It's all happening together. Lead the speed. Little bit of a bounce. We'll take it. Alrighty, onto the grass here, Murph. Get out of their way. Okay, guys, bear with me. I want to go to this and turn these off. Continue. Okay, let's go into general and traffic. Get our name tags back on. Ahaha, we have our cameras working. Right, guys, almost there. Bear with me now. Do-do-do-do-do. These are on. These are on. These are on. It's all happening too fast. Jump out of the grass. C63 SLR. Nicely done, my friend. Mr. Fly Sim 2020. A little bit of a bounce. Nothing to be worried about. I forgot the face cam for dramatic effect. The Berko Flyer and Guinness Lover inbound. Oh, the Berko Flyer is down. That looks very, very nice. Formed Meteor inbound. Oh, oh, oh. Flare, flare. Walton's is here. Here comes Pate. Nicely done. He's down. Here comes Como.
Hey, good morning.
Jason Day has subscribed. Many thanks, my dude. You're very welcome along. Ah, double landing together. 3 landings together. Spaceman 11. Nicely done, my dude. Merlin Flyer, Papa Joe B, Chippy Arnold. Chasman and Astro coming in together. Looks awesome, guys. Glum Tapestry. A little bit of a bounce. If anyone's going to do this, it's going to be Jack Bauer. Chuck Norris fears Jack Bauer. And Phil Breen. Nicely done. Here comes Ludus. And Tam. And Speedo. There's Harvey. On risk. Nicely done. SD Bama. Oh. Mind your braking, dude. He's down. Wayne Papadopoulos says, can anyone join right now or is it a closed flight? Anyone can join. Just make sure you don't use any custom or third-party liveries or aircraft. Just use the bog standard. Ryan Tanner says, we'll leave now. Thanks for letting us join in. Really good fun. Many thanks, Ryan. We'll see you on the next one, dude. We're on the North Europe server, and the IKO is CAZ5. Nicely done, Jam. That's a lot of people. It's chock-a-block. It's a total gridlock. Okay. This is our second last stop of the night. Our next flight will take us from here up to a place called K-Loops. CYKA. That's the plan. So what I'm going to do, I have to restart my system. Restart my sim. Only because, well, we were getting all sorts of kind of artifacts and stuff coming in. So, bear with me. Ed Reed says, awesome lineup, guys. I have to say, the skill levels have improved. Looks absolutely fantastic, guys. Nicely done and well played. Ah. Drew says it's called Kamloops. Yeah, I can't even read my own writing. It's CAM, Kamloops. Thanks, Drew. Nothing new with Murphy making a fool of himself. You know the drill. Philip says, restarting the game won't be long. Turning down the graphics, too many people makes it laggy. Yeah. Walton says, I for one have started to avoid the water. Yeah. Walton's learned the hard way. It was unfortunate. A damn good pilot. Super pilot, really great. Didn't like the water. It's okay. But he made it. So our last flight of the evening will take us from Cache Creek over to Kamloops. And it's not terribly far. Annalisa says, he's just a Sully. I see what you did there. That was a great movie. Can anyone recommend very good aviation movies? Obviously, you're going to have your Top Gun, your Hot Shots, your Flight. I watched the other one. It was a 7500, which a man who was in... What's the name of that movie that, like, everything turns upside down? And they can move stuff around? You know, what's it called? Not Inception. You know, they go to sleep in the dream. And they can move stuff around. It used to be in like Third Rock from the Sun. No, not Cube. Oh, Air Force One. Yeah, that's good. Those magnificent men in the flying machines. Inception, Jamfjord, Inception. That's the one. It was Inception. I was saying Interstellar. It's like, that's not right. Late is the hour. Anyway. Let's do it all over again. Remember, guys, if you're joining us in the group flight, make sure only use the default aircraft and default liveries. Don't use third-party paint schemes, liveries, or skins. Not that I don't like them, but it actually breaks my sim. And that's never good. So many planes. PC Sailor is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Happy Friday to you. You're very, very welcome along. Kamloops, about a 25-minute flight. This is our last flight of the evening. Interstellar is damn good, to be fair. It is. My dad's favourite film is Flight of the Navigator. Ooh, haven't seen that. Con Air. Airplane. Airplane, yeah. That's what, yeah. They're very good. The airplane movies. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a button. Don't mind me. And when I found it... Yeah, that'll work. American Made with Tom Hanks. Ooh, that is a good one. That is a good one. The Spitfire scenes in Dunkirk were great, says Waltons. Flight of the Navigator is about an alien, though, a flying one, but an alien nonetheless. The Dam Busters, yeah, that was good. Battle of Britain was always good. 7 Days, 6 Nights, or whatever it's called. Tuskegee Airmen. Hurricane, great movie. Colonel Fork says Dunkirk as a whole film was great. The Empire Strikes is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Do you see what I did there? I saw what I did. Passenger. Keen Never says, I'm up. I hope you have a safe flight, guys. Good night. Take it easy, Keen. We'll see you on the next one, dude. What was it? There was, the Battle of Britain was good. Mosquito Squadron, I think. That was pretty cool. Samuel Week says, how long will the flight take to Kamloops? About 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Flight of the Phoenix was a classic. Says, most of what I type is sarcasm. Is that sarcasm? Merlin Flyer says, reach for the sky. Flight of the Phoenix. Yeah, let's look into that. Okay. We're here, and we're going to there. So we're just going to follow on this river, down into this lake, and then we'll get to our destination. Seem like a plan? No, it's genuinely a good movie. Okay, cool. Gabriel Lynn says I'm back, but I'll just watch for this part. Steve35 says Airport 1975. Haven't seen that. But I wonder is it good? Right, okay, machine. Ignition switches on, lights on, toes on, Toe brakes, clear prop. Good start in the engine. Bring our avionics and transponder on. And we need to go to 1200. In you go, you big Jesse. Okay, so bring the choke back in. No lights here from what I can see. Cool. John Morris says, good night, thanks for the flight. We'll be back on Monday. John, thank you very, very much. We'll catch you the next time. Drew says, the six-pack version of the 172 is buggy lately. Anyone having problems with the Garmin and ADF shutting off? Yes, Drew, all the time. It's quite annoying. Okay, let's buggy on out of here, shall we? No particular order, guys. Let's just get airborne and get on our merry way. 633 Squadron were mosquitoes. Ah. Wait now, Murph. Will this break your sim? I like acting the Egypt every now and again. Bear with me. Yes, this is looking nicer. We're going for the winter theme. What's that done to performance? It doesn't really like it. Eek. What do you reckon, guys? We go with snow. PC Sailor says, good evening. Flying to my hometown. Nice. Classic Canadian weather. I'm singing Christmas songs looking at that. Elephant Mountain in the background. Cool. Andy Shaw's here. Good evening to you. Malik 1660 says it's not classic. I see zero moose. Who let this moose loose about this house? Andy Shaw says just joined. Are you at the end of the flights? This is our last one. These are runways hard to see. Okay, let's boogie on out. Don't mind us. Airborne. Antler cow for the Americans. Okay, so we want to head over this direction. Down to the kind of canyon again, and then we'll ramble on back. Let's check out some snowy scenery, shall we? What do you guys think? Postcard pretty. I think it's a Super Cub. This is the Savage Cub. Samuel says, you're going to see the airport when on approach. I don't know. Challenge accepted. Slayer has become a member. Many thanks, Scott. Really appreciate the support, my dude. Thank you so very, very much. I hope you're enjoying all these streams. It is my absolute pleasure sitting where I'm sitting. Malik says, where are we flying? We just took off from Cache Creek in British Columbia and we're heading over to Kamloops. Pearl Harbor, says Steve 35. Yeah, that's a good one. Hello, peoples. Annalisa says, hope everyone has their warm coats and scarves on. Thermal underpants required. So we just follow on this riverbed. Well, it was going to be a screenshot. Better be now. Annalisa says, ugh, images of my dad's long johns on the rad. Adrenaline Merch, many thanks for the follow, my dude. You're very welcome along. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a good one, dude. This place looks fantastic. Steve 35 says, I told you the mountains will be covered in snow. Sam31 is here. Hey guys. Adrenaline Mech says, The scenery is beautiful. Sam31 says, you rule, Murphy. Can we get a woo? Woo. Steve35 says, let's go fishing. Samuel Weeks says, tell us a joke, Murph. Two guys walk into a bar. Third fella says, what, and you both didn't see it? Ba-dum-dum. Shh. Sam's a former pilot. Cool. Annalisa says, gonna scratch Murphy rules okay into the desk with my compass. Do you remember that? And your protractor and compass. They were like lethal weapons we used to have. Think about it. Acute and obtuse angles never were the same after that. More dad jokes. I can say this because I'm Irish, but how many Irishmen does it take to drive an ambulance? 2. One to drive it and the other one to go me ma me ma me ma. You've heard it here first. Kate Jones says that snow must mess with the pilot's depth or distance perception. Everything looks the same. I imagine it's incredibly difficult flying in the snow. It's like flying in the desert. I know, right? But it is very pretty. Hey, how's it going? Bit of wing waving activity, I approve. So here's one for you. What does a train have it doesn't need, but it can't go without it? What does a train have that it doesn't need, but it can't go without it? The answers are coming in. Are they right or are they wrong? BC Sailor says, approaching a small town of Shona at the end of Kamloops Lake. Nice. Andy Beeson says, rails? No, it needs them. What does a train have? It doesn't need it, but it can't go without it. Andrew Noble says, guard? Nah, it doesn't need a guard. It can go without a guard. Colonel Fork says passengers, as does Tibber BXX. Well, it can go without passengers. A driver, a conductor, well, it can go without them. What does a train have? It doesn't need, but it can't go without it. I say, young Murphy, I believe you have stumped the audience for tonight. Peter. Admiral Ted says, Murph, are you streaming over the weekend or doing a community flight? Not sure yet. Mountain biking says a caboose. No. It can go without a caboose. Cargo? No, it can go without cargo. I think I've stumped you. Finally. Speed? It doesn't need speed. Doors? No, it can go without doors. Colin Smith asks, any idea if gliders will be added to the game? Will be cool to find some thermals to fly in and hear the variometer. Maybe a third-party mod. Yeah, maybe. Jimo says the whistle? No, it can go without the whistle. Someone behind the wheels? No, it can go without them as well. What does a train have? It doesn't need it, but it can't go without it. Murphy, you've broken the internet. No, not a destination, not a driver, not windows. And the gas thing is, right, I have my face cam turned off. And you're all trying to get the you're all trying to get the answer, and I know you're all sitting there and y'all have a face like this. Admiral Ted, promote that man. But did you know it, Admiral Ted, or did you have to googly it? The answer is indeed noise or sound. It has it, it doesn't need it, but I can't really go without it. And with that, everyone goes, oh. That's hilarious. I agree, that was a good one. Tune in next time for another question quiz. Question quiz. It's quiz time. Admiral Ted, I applaud your genius. Annalisa says, state of that. Scarlet for you, what do you like? Samuel says, some electric trains are nearly silent. Yeah, but they're not fully silent. Look at the state of this scenery. Audible tut. Good one. Says Andy. He googled it. Come on. No. I approve of Admiral Ted's genius. I have nothing to declare, only my genius. The dart is noisy even when it's not going anywhere. The dart is noisy when it's off. Admiral Ted says, I work with actuaries and we do brain teasers. You pick up a few things. Admiral Ted, we must collaborate. A VA will be awesome here. Ivan says, thanks for tonight's stream, two-tone. Got to go as my son is playing rugby union in Australia, which kicks off at 0600 UK time. Nice! Best of luck to your son, Ivan. And many thanks for joining us here tonight. And we'll hopefully see you on the next one. Murphy has the runway in sight. Drew says, is it Okanagan? Or Okanagan, yeah. Like, it's a few dozen miles south of Kamloops. It's equally as gorgeous. Wow. Okanagan. BC Sailor says the scenery is absolutely accurate, 100%. Awesome, dude. Sam31 says need more distance with landing for two-tone. Yeah, guys, so we're spacing. I suggest y'all do like one fly over the base and then come back in and land. Just gives me enough time to get down there and set everything up for our landing. Want to thank you all for stopping by tonight. It's been one of the good ones. And I have to say, this is by far the best scenery I've seen in Microsoft Flight Sim so far. Absolutely amazing stuff. And some of the best flying I've seen from our group. Incredible stuff. Okanagan. Aha. Andy Shaw says, have you seen any trains in the sim yet? No, funny enough, I haven't. Where you going, Murph? Master Gamer says, what part of British Columbia are you in? So we're coming into a place called Kamloops. CYKA, Charlie Yankee Kilo Alpha. Samuel says, I've been watching this stream since Vancouver and all the scenery is incredible. It really is. We shall return here. Admiral Ted says, sent you a PM on Discord. Many thanks, dude. We'll check it out in a bit. For those of you watching on YouTube, thanks a million. Really appreciate it. If I get time over the weekend, I'll try another stream. If not, we will be back on Monday as normal. For all you guys watching over on Twitch, immediately after this stream, we're going to jump over to Catstrator. He's streaming Microsoft Flight Sim as well. If you guys know who he is, you know what to expect. If you don't know who he is, another kind of chilled out streamer. Great fun. Cat is from up the neck of the woods in Boston. And I tend to watch his stuff quite a bit. So be sure to stick with us. We'll raid with whoever we have. It's always fun to raid on Twitch. Andy Beeson UK says, hello YouTube. Yeah, like of all the viewers we have on YouTube, I don't know if you guys are aware of Twitch or do you bother with Twitch? It's kind of cool. Andy Beeson, you are the multiest of multitaskers. Face cam on for dramatic effect. So I have to rig like maybe a sound effect to that. Make it sound like your man from the Big Brother. Or Big Brother. And now! No, I can't do it. Annalisa says, Twitch rules. Okay. Admiral Ted says, Tito Murphy, where or are you in the Air Corps? No. I live there though. Samuel Weeks wants butter on bread. Let's see how this turns out, shall we? Yeah, Twitch is cool. I like Twitch. I like YouTube as well. They've come such a long way when it comes to streaming. I love the idea, though, that you can kind of bring your viewers to other channels instantly. Yeah, Jeffrey Bennett is here. Hey, Murph. He says it's hanging well, thanks. It's about 1,500 feet. But soon to be a good landing. How are you keeping, Jeffrey? The Flight Sim boy is here. How's it going? Happy Friday, dudes. Now, I imagine I'm not landing at the active. Well, it's active now. There's probably someone else up here going, and who's your man trying to land? I will say it's difficult enough to see the runway. Okay, you can see the outline where the snow has stopped. No, steady now. Behave yourself. So let's see what we can do here. This is going to be a little bit harder to land. It's hard to judge kind of where the runway exactly is. One notch of flaps. Another notch of flaps. Keep it on the center line here, Murph. Easy does it. Watch for the flare. Mind your stall speed. There it is. Little bit of a bounce, but we'll take it. And we're down. Right, quick escapade of the runway to catch the dudes coming in. Okay, so avionics come off, igniters off, we continue flying. Okay, now bear with me guys, turn on our traffic tags, put on, apply, back, and haha, we have this camera working again. Bear with me now guys, uno momento numero uno. Hide my mush out of the way. The runway is open. Garlic butter. PC Sailor says trees shouldn't be there. That's a pity. Still looks decent though. Here comes Target. The approach looks good. A gentle hover. Nicely done. We can see Colonel Fork in the distance as we have Waltons coming in. Here comes the Colonel. And we have Madge. It's all bumpy. You got this, Colonel. Nicely done. There goes Pike as he rambles in. Here comes the formed meteor, 48. It's as if you landed on snow. Philip Reed says, "Hi Murph, I just noticed you changed it to Phil." It's the little things. Here comes Kenny. And this guy's gonna kill Kenny. Oh my god! Here comes Belbro, Kumo, and Speedo. Ah, nicely done, fellas. Here comes Mountain Biking Rules. The Chatsman and MX Nutter. Well, if this one doesn't get your toes tapping. Spaceman 11 inbound. Oh, there's going to be butter. There goes Astro. There's a little bounce. Oh, and Risk inbound. Touchdown. Prefontaine 4 inbound. C63 is mowing the lawn. Put it down! Put it down! And he's down. Papa Joe B is in. Travel is in. Herbie is in. Well, there we have it. Another crazy night. Great fun. Holy moly, look at the amount of you. There's a sight to behold. Alright guys, well I gotta say thank you all so very, very much for joining. For those of you on YouTube, we're going to be hopefully back again on Monday. We will be back again on Monday. For those of you on Twitch, we'll be back on Monday as well. But we're going to jump over to Catstrader's stream in a jiffy. So if you would like to hang on for that, we'll do a raid. Because raids are fun on Twitch. For everyone, I just want to say thank you all so very, very much for all your continued support, all the subscribers to the channel, the subscribers who are members on the channel, all the donations and everything, all the follows, and for all the likes. Thank you all so very, very much. I really enjoyed myself tonight, guys. The chat was great fun. The scenery was just off the hook, absolutely amazing. And yeah, don't forget, we're also on Discord, as the link goes in. So yeah. That's me. Go home, go to bed. It's Friday. So until next time, thanks a million, and yeah, see you soon. See you guys.